Start up.
Oh my goodness. Hello! There are people!
Hello. I didn't see you come in.
Oh, it's the guys! Yes, it is. Hello.
Oh, it's the boys.
It
the
is.
Boys.
It's the lads.
It's the
the lads.
We call them lads in the UK. Lads.
The lads.
So, lads. So yeah. Hello everyone.
Hello everybody, welcome in. How are you doing? Who are you people? Whoa, he's got a whole Sonic room going on. I love it. I know, right? It's so cool. It's everything I've ever wanted, but can't fit.
Imagine the world.
There's so much stuff going on back there, and I keep looking at the Hello Kitty that has like grabbed my attention several times. Yes. I'm like, what is it?
Yeah.
A supersonic Hello Kitty? Like,
Yeah, so like, I didn't know we were going to talk about this early, but yeah, I can't remember where it's from. It's from like a Comic-Con or something. A friend of mine got it for me.
Oh.
Actually, no, I think my wife got it for me as a present. She was in America doing a work thing, and then she came back with that thing, and I was just all over it. I was just like, Hello Kitty Supersonic? Yes, please. And you can't really see it, but at the top she's wearing a New Era cap, which has the Sonic 25th anniversary logo on it, because I didn't want her to feel left out, because I also have a Sonic from the 90s plush there, and he's got a Fez hat on, because he likes Fezes, my Sonic. He likes a Fez, so, you know, what's wrong with that? So I figured, let's not let Supersonic Hello Kitty get left out.
That's fair. That's so cute, though. I was like staring at it, and I was like, what's your story? Like, what are you doing there? Oh, man.
Just lives in my office. That's
Yeah, she's just there. She just hangs out. There's so many things catching my attention on your shelf yet again. We've been through this like several times, but like it's the ADHD. I keep staring at it. But intro first. Okay. Professionalism, right. Hello everybody, welcome in to another lovely day at Festival of Ages 2024. I hope you guys have been enjoying the festival so far. I know everybody's now pointing out objects, and I'm like, we're gonna get to it, I promise. Everybody's just circling it with a red marker. What's that? But yes,
Happy Sylvia.
So many things. But hello, welcome in. We have a very special guest with us on the guest panel today. We have the very prolific and legendary Dreadknux up in the monitor today.
Thank you for having me, and honestly, like, thank you so much for having me, Glitch. It's an honor to be on your show, and we've been talking for months about this Festival of Ages thing. So I'm so happy that, you know, you got to get this up and running. I've been watching some of your streams. It's looking like an absolute riot. Really enjoying your Billy Hatcher stuff and your Sonic Hero stuff with Brent the other day. So, you know, it's been going super amazing, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. So thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. No, this is just, I've been very excited, and as soon as like we had the go ahead to do the next year of this, I was like, I want to ask him, but I don't know how. Like, sir, I know that I came at you randomly and was like, look what I made, but also, would you like to be in it?
Look, I mean, it's fine. You don't have to address everyone from England with sir or madam or whatever. It's, you know, but it does help. You know, you might accidentally be talking to, like, Prince Harry or the Queen. Well, not the Queen anymore, the King. So, you know, who knows? It's good, just good to keep on your toes, isn't it? But, yeah, you know what? I haven't been doing a lot of stuff lately, like streams or whatever. I used to do a radio show like 10, 20 years ago. I don't do much of that anymore. I mostly just squirrel away with my website and, sometimes events-based stuff. So I don't really get a lot of chance to be very proactive with communities these days. But, I'm generally quite approachable, I like to think. So, yeah, I'm glad you reached out and had the stones to do it, because not a lot of people... Actually, some people do have the stones to reach out to me, but the last guy who did wanted to talk to me about... It was... I didn't know what they were about. They messaged me and said, "Hello, can I have your mobile number, please?" I was like,
no.
just gonna ignore you. And then they messaged me again and went, "Yes, I would like to talk to you about Chinese manufacturing." I'm like, okay, so I don't know what you're doing, but please go away. So, it's very nice to talk to an actual human, right? So
yeah, no, absolutely. And it was, I wasn't even sure, like I told you this, but I was like, I wasn't even sure if there was going to be a response. I wasn't really sure if the way I was coming across was going to be correct, because I just genuinely was like, I'm not trying to step on toes. I'm not trying to be like, haha, mine's is like better or whatever, like not at all. And I was just like, no, I made a thing because you made a thing, and I just want this thing to still be alive. So is that okay?
it's more than okay. And, it's really, I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point during the next couple hours, but yeah, it's really nice to know that Summer of Sonic is in some way inspiring people. Like, I'm never going to take any credit for like streaming stuff, the stuff that you guys do, because how can I don't do this sort of stuff. But at least, if the name at least inspired some level of events, activity and stuff like that, then at least, even though there hasn't been one for like a proper one for like, well, when was the last one? 2016. It just shows that the name still has some kind of importance within the community, even though it's kind of been dead for a little bit. So yeah, it's nice. It's heartwarming, and it's good to know.
I've been itching to know. Like, I noticed that it was, it was gone for a bit, and that was a lot of things that were out of your control, and just a lot of things happening in general in the world. And it was a shame, because from all the stories that I would hear from, Summer of Sonic, it was such a giant gathering of so many like-minded fans that were just so hype and energetic about their love for, Sonic in general, and it would have concerts and all this really cool stuff, and it's like, all these things I can't see. It's too far. I was like, no, all the cool stuff is so far away.
Yeah. I mean, I really miss doing them. They were so much fun to put on. A lot of hard work by the end of it. Obviously, by 2016, it was, we were getting halls in the middle of London that were kind of fitting about 1,000 people in for an entire day, and we'd have SEGA was very heavily involved. We'd have Takashi Iizuka come down. We'd have Jun Sonoe and Johnny Joeli come down for like Crush 40, and all these SEGA employees would descend upon it as well. The amount of access that we were able to give fans as well was so out there, and nothing that I think a lot of people had seen before. So, but by the 2016 event, it was just so big and quite expensive that it was just a lot to try and think about how to put on over the last 5 to 10 years. Maybe in the future there'll be another opportunity to do that, but just thinking about how that show grew, because our first one was in 2008, and that was literally it was like 200 people in a tiny community hall in like the back end of London somewhere. Like, I found a real cheap place. It was like a community hall that was usually, I think it was like a religious thing, or like for kids and stuff on the weekends, so it was quite cheap to rent out. And they were like, oh, we only fit 200 people in this thing, although it was kind of a lie, because once we put a few tables in there, like a few basic tables, it was like you could fit maybe 50 people in there.
Oh my goodness.
Once we set a stage up. And my stupid brain thought, well, I was saving up to go on holiday, which is actually a decent privilege back then as well, because back then I had no money. I was like, how the hell am I getting of being able to afford this. But I thought, right, I could either go on holiday, which I really need to do, or I could just hire this thing out and just see what happens with this event idea. And I didn't do anything that year, really. I mean, I had the Sonic Stadium, and even back then the Sonic Stadium was really big in the community, and it was the first place that a lot of people would go to, especially the forums. So, but I didn't want to use the Sonic Stadium and the SSMB to like promote and say it was like Summer of Sonic is a Sonic Stadium thing. So I wanted it to kind of be its own thing. So I made a separate website, and that was pretty much the only kind of marketing I did for it. I just did a website and just went, hey, there's this thing happening in August at this place. If you're free, just walk in and say hi. I want to make... It was basically me going, I would like to make Sonic friends, please come. And that was literally the amount of outreach I did. And before I knew it, we had like queues out the door. I think we had about 300 or 400 people turn up on the day.
Oh my god!
And I was like, and I didn't do anything. I didn't put any ads on Facebook. I mean, Twitter wasn't really a thing back then, so I couldn't do anything there. Like, there was no real way to get the word out. I must have done a few posts on Sonic Stadium or something, but that doesn't. I don't think that even that equated to like 400 people turn up. So when that happened, me and my friends who helped organise it with me were kind of looking at each other going, there's probably something here, like in the idea. So over the years that kind of developed, and then that culminated in the last show we did, which was 2016. And yeah, the 2016 show was just that's still my favourite one. Although I have many different favourite moments from the different years, that one was where it kind of all came together, because it was the one where at the end of the day, I sat back and just went, do you know what? Nothing. I mean, things do go wrong in every event, right? Little things. But at the end of every Summer of Sonic that I did, I always came away with like one thing that was like, we could improve that thing conceptually. Like, we could improve the live stream stuff that we're feeding to fans out who can't attend, or we could improve the stage lighting or the techniques or whatever. That was a year where I just was like, you know what? This is perfect. Everything is working, and this is great, and this is exactly as I pictured it. So if that's the last one I'll ever do, I can just walk off into the sunset and go, my work here is done. And that'll be that. But I really do want to do another one. It's just a matter of when.
I don't know, man. It's just the whole fact that you were able to get it off the ground, and it developed like it did and got as big as it did, and so many people came each year, and it just kept growing and growing and growing. And you didn't mean for it to like be this, like you even said, you're like, it was kind of like a gathering, like I just want to make friends. And now it's like, it's one of the biggest like events out there for Sonic, and it's like, how did this happen? Where did all of you people come from?
Yeah, honestly, I think Summer of Sonic benefited, not to toot my own horn a little bit, but like I think Summer of Sonic benefited from being like the first event to actually kind of try that whole thing. Mm-hmm. So I think we benefited by the attention, because people online were going, oh, fine, someone's finally doing a Sonic convention, like all Sonic fans. Mm-hmm. So I think there was that, like the fact that we were the first ones to do it, obviously kind of, I think, increased the interest. But I think the other thing was, from the very first event we did in 2008, I think like I had the concept, but it wasn't just me on my own. I had like a bunch of friends, both who worked at SEGA at the time and who worked both on Sonic Stadium and within the community that I kind of had circles in London and beyond, such as Kevin Eva, who used to work at SEGA Europe as a community manager at the time. Mm-hmm. He helped out a lot with some of the access that SEGA kind of provided us. So even in the first year with Summer of Sonic, the kind of, I know a lot of people talk about how Summer of Sonic is kind of tied very closely with SEGA, and it's kind of like an event for like almost sort of pseudo-official.
Right.
But it took a long time to get there, because obviously, even though Kevin was my friend, is my friend still, but he was SEGA community manager, he was very much obviously saying what Sega was feeling, which was, look, you're a new event and Sega doesn't know you and they don't know what you're about. So the company's going to really kind of keep an arm's length kind of approach to, you know, how things are going to go. Having said that, thanks to Kevin, he was able to provide a bunch of demos of upcoming Sonic games at the time that no one in the UK had ever played before. So I think we had demos of, I think it was Sonic and the Secret Rings, Mario and Sonic, and I think Sonic Chronicles as well at the time.
Oh my god.
Which is really cool. People, so even that was like new for people to like experience, because, you know, unless you go to like an actual games show, which in the UK were very thin on the ground, like there's no equivalent of E3 or anything like that in the UK. So there was maybe one or two small shows, but they were very hard to like visit and go to. So having an actual space in London where you could just play these games, and it was Sonic games that hadn't been released yet, I think that generated a lot of interest. But yeah, we worked really hard. It was me, my friend Kevin, my friend Adam, my brother Rory, and a bunch of other friends that we kind of got together. But like we were kind of the core kind of original members that kind of clubbed together and went, let's do an event and let's try this. And yeah, the first event went really well, and then we thought, let's do it again in 2009. So it became a yearly event up until about 2013. And every year we kind of went bigger in as much as we could get bigger. Like, we know that a lot of people wanted to kind of, more and more people wanted to come, but with London, it's a very expensive city. So trying to like hire an event space that was bigger than like 1,000 people still is very difficult. But even then, like the fact that we were able to attract at least 1,000 people to come to our show is actually like, it's incredible. Like I still can't believe it myself, even thinking back then. And you know, even from the first year, we had, you know, performers come and do little songs. We had Richard Jakes, who's obviously he's a very acclaimed composer for video games and media as well. And he did some Sonic R songs because he's credited for doing some of the Sega Saturn soundtracks. We also got TJ Davis that year to kind of sing as well. So yeah, even from the first event, we had sort of legit presence there. But Sega's involvement kind of didn't really materialize until around about 2010, maybe, like after about our third year in, because that was the year we started to get a little bit serious. We had interviewed on the Sonic Stadium a few years prior, Sonoy-san, thanks to Adam. So we had a kind of a way in to invite formally Sonoy-san to Summer of Sonic. And that was a game changer for me because, you know, Japanese talent are very apprehensive, or at least they were back then. Like, you see Hoshino-san and Izuka-san, like, go to all these, like, events. I've seen Izuka-san at Sonic Revolution in the past as well, and he absolutely loves it there. You can see it in his face. He just has a great time. But even like back in 2009, 2010, the idea that some guy in the US or the UK or wherever would want to formally invite like a Japanese talent that worked on the Sonic games to come, and it isn't like Yuji Naka or Takashi Iizuka, it's like someone who does the games. With Sonoe-san, even though he's credited on doing some of the most iconic Sonic music in the history of the franchise,
right,
he was still very apprehensive about coming. He was like, oh, does anyone really want to hear what I have to, like, what do I even do? Like, I'd love to play to UK fans. He was always very passionate about that, but, you know, he was always very kind of like, does anyone even kind of, you know, care what I have to say? And I think it's less about, you know, Sega people just don't know if people care about them. I think it's more of a Japanese sensibility thing, like more of a cultural thing, where they're kind of like, you know, they don't really want to toot their own horn too much. So it took a lot of convincing, and I think what helped was somehow we managed to get Johnny Joelli on board. And in 2010, the Summer of Sonic there was like the very first ever concert of Crush 40 outside of Japan. So that was a big deal. And then by that point, Sega was like, oh, you're talking to Sonoe-san? Like, it was kind of a little bit like, how did you do that without us?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So see, we're kind of serious. We should sit down and talk. And I've always had a great relationship with Sega anyway. Ever since Kevin's role as community manager. But even before then, I kind of met Sega in 2005 originally to meet with their marketing team to kind of be the conduit from what the fans were feeling about Sonic franchise to help inform them in some way. I don't know if I helped any. But I've always had a great relationship with Sega, and it was kind of 2011 where they kind of sat down and said, okay, right, it's Sonic's 20th anniversary. We want you guys to do a Summer of Sonic because it benefits us, obviously, because we've got Sonic's 20th anniversary, Sonic Generations is coming out. So how can we help you, sort of thing? And they were always very respectful of the fact that they wanted to give Summer of Sonic an official sort of air to it, but at the same time they still wanted to make sure their fingerprints weren't too on it, because once they get too involved, it stops being a fan event and it starts becoming an official Sega event, and then the vibe is completely different, right?
Yeah.
If it's an official event, it doesn't feel like by fans for fans. So we've had many kind of discussions, my team and Sega's team, about how we sort of make the levels work on that. And Sega's always been very respectful of it. They actually always came to us and said, okay, hang on, if you guys want this thing to happen, then just FYI, that means we'll have to formally step in, and then that means you lose some of this thing to this little bit of edge to your show. So they've been really good partners in that as well. So they've helped us make sure we maintain our voice by accidentally not losing it. So yeah, it's been great. Sega's been a fantastic partner, and I have many stories from just meeting people at these shows, meeting people outside of the shows. I think my favorite one was in 2010 after the Crush 40 show. I stayed over in London that night and got not an Airbnb, but the equivalent of that back then. And before I headed home, I went to a shop to buy some snacks and stuff, and I was wearing a Crush 40 t-shirt because Jun and Johnny were selling them at the event.
Right.
And the guy who was serving me at the counter saw my shirt, and he was like, "Oh man, that's an awesome shirt." And I went, "Oh, thanks, man." He was like, "Yeah, I love Crush 40." I was like, "Oh, so did you see him yesterday?" And he went, his face was like, "No, what do you mean?" And I was like, "Oh, don't know how to tell you this, dude, but yeah, Crush 40 were here like literally yesterday." And he was like, "What? How?"
Oh no!
I was like literally round the corner in that event space there, they had a gig, and he was like, "I didn't know anything about it." I was like, "Oh," but I said, "To be fair, you were probably working yesterday, right?" And he was like, "No, I had the day off."
Oh, you shattered his dreams.
I didn't tell him I was the one that organised it.
Oh, that would have been bad.
I was like, "Look, they might come back another day, another year. So check out.
No.
I heard this website is very good. Check out this website." And then I ran off very quickly.
Oh,
but
no.
yeah, no, that's just one of the funnier ones. But yeah, a lot of fun memories. I could talk all day about moments behind the scenes and stuff. So if you want to know, I'll keep talking. But or if you have any specific questions, I can answer them. But yeah.
I mean, it's awesome because like I was inspired by your event, and running events in general. There's so much that happens behind the scenes just to get things to work, like just to look a certain way, to be a certain way, to function. It's rough because you kind of have to account for a lot of things going wrong, and things are going to go wrong that you didn't account for. So I'm guessing running, Summer of Sonic for as long as you did, that there was bound to be problems here and there that you didn't account for.
Yeah, more than one. On more than one occasion. Actually, the most infamous one that I can recall is our entire 2012 event. The entire show was actually a backup plan. In more ways than one, actually. So when we were organising it in 2012, that was the year of the London Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
So we couldn't actually book a place in London that year for love nor money. Well, we could for money, but basically every event space had jacked up their price because they were like, "Oh, you want to book an event space in London around about the Olympics, do you?
Uh-huh.
£1 million,
And
please."
you're just like,
or something.
why? Why are you like this?
Exactly. I was like, this is not the one, mate. So we were looking for alternatives, and we ended up in a seaside town called Brighton. People outside the UK might know where Brighton is. It's quite a famous seaside town. It's literally from London, just go south till you hit the end of the country, and you're at Brighton. It's a beautiful spot. Yeah, I do love Brighton. I mean, I come from a seaside town myself, not Brighton. But I have a lot of love for Brighton because it's a seaside town. Anyway, we saw some spaces there. We knew that there were some big video game in general events that had taken place in Brighton.
Mm-hmm.
So we were like, this could be the option. And we looked at some venues with Sega and their PR team and stuff. And we looked at some ideas, and we looked at a backup that was like in this big event space in the seafront, but it was like a back room that had 2 floors. And until that year, I still am really. I'm still in terms of concept, I'm still a big advocate of the big concert space when it comes to like Summer of Sonic. So I like there to be one stage, and everybody just kind of converges on the stage, and then there's things to do around the stage. Just basically one big event space.
Right.
I think that's a more of a communal kind of concept.
Yeah, it sounds comfy.
As opposed to multiple rooms where people are in and out and stuff. I used to think that idea wasn't as solid because you'd have people splinter off everywhere and it didn't feel so communal. I know it works for other Sonic conventions and other video game conventions. I'm not poo-pooing that, but for me, I was like, with Summer of Sonic's big USP, I guess you could call it, unique selling point, is that it's one big space and everyone enjoys themselves in the one big space, and it's like a concert almost. But I did also hear some feedback from years past that people were like, oh, it's a bit too audio-visual for me, it can be a bit noisy sometimes, there's not really a lot of space to sit and everything. So going back to the Brighton space where there was these 2 kind of hall spaces, there was one up, one down. I kind of looked at it and went, yeah, but let's call it Plan B, because I don't really like that there's 2 floors, and we have to have the stage on one floor, and then what do you have on the second floor, and people just not enjoy what's on the stage or whatever. We'll have to figure that out. And we found this other space, and it was very cool, and we went with it. And literally the day before, on the Friday, we were setting up. We all got there in the morning. We were unpacking boxes. We had good merchandise and stuff, setting it up. And then there was an electrical fire.
Oh my god, no!
And we had to wait outside while the fire chiefs were in there, like looking at it. And we were like, "Oh my god, this has set us back like a couple of hours. Is this going to be? We need to go back in, and it's going to take ages to get set up after this delay." And excuse me. And after about an hour or 2, the fire chiefs were like, yeah, no, this is buggered. You have to this ain't happening here tomorrow at all, ever.
Oh,
so I was like,
no.
Oh dear. So luckily the Sega reps were there at the time, and they had basically mobilized. They're professionals. They were just like, right, okay, let's go to this backup place. And I was like, I don't want to do the backup place. Literally all the volunteers were doing their jobs, and they were just like hustling and bustling and lifting stuff and everything, and I'm just kind of trudging going, So, but Sven, maybe you want to actually
you want to help?
I'm like, but I don't want to. No, I did do stuff, but it was just all very like, holy moly, let's just mobilize. And yeah, we were setting stuff up. We like to set things up on a Friday because it's nice and chill. We're done by like 4 or 5, and then we just come in on the Saturday and then just make sure we do final checks. But we weren't done till like about at least 10 p.m, midnight. I can't quite remember. But in this new space, and we had to also do a really flawless job in trying to communicate this change to everyone, because the venue had changed, and we were trying to tell everyone, if you're going to this place, don't. It's not there anymore. Go to this other place. And somehow, like, Sonic fans, well, fellow Sonic fans, because I am one too, fellow Sonic fans are amazing, because people just spread the word for us. We obviously put stuff out there on our website and everything, but
right.
Yeah, it was just a great example of everyone just clubbing together and just chatting and going, right, let's all make sure everybody knows where to go, and everybody just looked after each other. So yeah, that's a very good example of something that went wrong and we kind of turned it on its head. And you know what? It was actually fine, and I wouldn't actually imagine doing a Summer of Sonic anywhere else that year in that place, because it was finally proven to me that yes, having a separate room does actually work, because we used that room, the top room, for merchandising and just sit downs and fan art and things. And a lot of people really appreciated having that extra quieter space to just communicate with people and just have a relaxing time, so that they're not just kind of having sensory overload with Crush 40 and things going on downstairs in the main stage area. So yeah, that was a learning experience, but it also made me realize, like, oh, hang on a minute, you know, I can actually rethink, you know, the concept of Summer of Sonic, and you know, it actually helped me learn a few things. But on a smaller scale, you know, just things happening in situ. You know, a few things with 2011 is probably where some of my colleagues like Kevin, Adam, and Pete will probably yell in my ear and go, "Talk about 2011," because we did our 20th anniversary Sonic show where we managed to get Yuji Naka and Takashi Iizuka to come to the show for the first time. Ooh. Which was a huge thing for me. Because,
that is so cool.
Yeah, and I was the lucky bugger that was able to just sit down. I made sure I was the one to like have the on-stage interview with Yuji Naka and Takashi Iizuka, and hopefully I did a good job. So it was me on the panel, and they had their interpreters there, but I had to try on many levels not to just kind of... I've done stuff on stage before, obviously, but that was one of the moments where I was just trying really hard not to freeze up, because it was just like, holy shit, you're like right there next to your childhood hero.
You're real.
Like, he's right there. Like, you've dreamed of this moment of actually meeting him, and you're not only just meeting him, he's coming to your event, and he's sitting there taking your questions, and I'm like,
God.
Oh my God. And then I got into my own head about, like, I had this line of questions, some from the community which were vetted, and some that I'd written myself that were also obviously vetted. And I just got in my head going, right, you have to make this good on so many levels, like for yourself, because you're a massive Sonic fan and you don't want to balls this up. At the time, I was a games journalist as well, like writing for a games website. So from a journalistic perspective, I was like, you better get these questions right, and they better be good questions for you.
Right.
When's the next time you're going to get to speak to him? And on the other level, I was looking out to the sea of Sonic fans that were out there, and they were all looking at me, and I kept getting in my head going, they're looking at you, and they expect good questions. And if you give them bunk questions like, so why are you so good at things?
Why do you play music so good?
Yeah, why you do the game so good? How
why
Sonic
you make
Roll
things so
really
amazing?
Yeah, why is Sonic blue? Yes, like, you know, duff questions like that. Like, all these people looking at me that are also hardcore Sonic fans. I'm like, I got to do this good for them as well, because otherwise I'm gonna look like a complete knob in front of literally the world, because it was being streamed as well. So that was fun. But yeah, during we had like I think we split that into halves. But part one of that whole thing was we booked a whole space in nearish Camden, pretty central to London, but they said it could fit 1,000 people. Ooh. They lied. They could fit maybe 700 people at most, and we had people, and that was the last. Did we do that this year, or did we do it the year after? Basically, that was the year where I realised we actually have to ticket this thing, because up until that year, I believe that was the turning point for me. I think that year we also just allowed people to just walk in, and yeah, we had we had early bird tickets where they were all free at the time. So we had early bird tickets in 2011, which was like, you know, guaranteed entry, and we had a line for that. And then we had another line for, oh, but if you don't have a ticket, you can just come in if there's space. You know, we used to do that in the first 3 or 4 years of Summer of Sonic. And up until 2011, that went swimmingly. And then 2011 happened, and obviously, like, I think the power of Yuji Naka had truly descended upon me and slapped me in the face with reality, because the queue for that was all the way around the block and touched like the other queue. The actual people who reserved their spots couldn't get in. There were some people that couldn't get in, so the lines were a mess. There were people who had had accessibility needs that were waiting outside for actually ages, and that was really bad, and I had to like try and figure that out. So that was one thing. And then indoors, the venue people said that they had aircon. They lied about that too.
What the heck?
It was a hot box in there, and everybody had to try and survive on water and this and that. But you try and cram like 700 people in a space that is actually quite small. They're all armpit to armpit in each other's faces and stuff. I have the most space because I'm sitting on a stage with Yuji Naka and stuff. But even Naka-san is like necking 6 bottles of water and stuff, and he's got fans and stuff, and I'm like, this is a nightmare. But we've got power on. He still had a great time, but you know, he's got space. The people in the audience don't. And we're doing this interview, and it was going really well. And then there was a moment where someone in the audience quite close had fainted due to exhaustion or something like that. And none of us on the stage had noticed, but luckily, like, you know, people had talked to event staff, and they took her out. They took her around the back behind sort of the backstage area, and where it was actually quite cool. And she took a couple of friends there to like make sure she was okay and get her back to you know, consciousness. And I remember finishing that whole panel and then going backstage around the curtain to, you know, say thanks very much Naka-san and Izuku-san, blah blah blah. I went round the back. Someone immediately collared me and was like, right, just FYI, someone's fainted, they're okay, but they're in the stairwell over there, and you know, they need water and all this sort of stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll go and see them. So I started walking over there. I was like, oh, Naka-san, thank you very much, I'll talk to you in a bit. And he was like, yeah, fine. Izuku-san, thank you very much, I've got to go and see someone. So I went to the side. Little did I know that someone was following me as I was heading to this space. And I opened the door, went into the stairwell, and was like, "Oh, are you okay?" And a friend was like, "Yeah, she's fine. Just needs a moment of drinking water and stuff." And then I look up beside me, and Yuji Naka's like just walking beside me, and I'm like, And she's the person who'd fainted was like composing herself. Was like, oh. And then she looks over, she sees me, and she's like, and then she looks next to me, sees Yuji Naka standing there, looking at her, going, and he says in English, "Are you okay?" And she almost, I swear, she almost faints again, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of nice. That's really
so
nice
sweet, though.
So, yeah, he was a sweetheart, you know. So, yeah, a lot can be said about, you know, Naka-san, about things that have happened in the last year or so. But in terms of Sonic the Hedgehog and how he feels about the franchise that he helped create and the fans and stuff, he has, you know, he genuinely cares, right? And he was just a fantastic guest, like, throughout. And I think he was just like really happy to be there too, because I think it was the first time anyone asked him to come to a Sonic thing, and you know, it happened to be some fans that put it together. And I think that was the surprising thing too. You know, a lot of guests, I talked about Japanese guests, you know, like Sonoe-san and that, and you know, a lot of the apprehension, I think, comes from the fact that it's like, you know, you see someone who's not Sega talk to these guys saying, "Would you like to come to my thing?" And you know, you might think, look at that and think, is it going to be shitty? You know, am I gonna put my name to an event that's actually a bit bunk? You know, so we had to work really hard to prove that Summer of Sonic was actually a decent show for the guests we invite, as well as all the Sonic fans that come and help make the show as amazing a time as it is. And to that end, I'll give you one last anecdote. Sorry, I know I've been talking about this forever, but 2011,
totally
the last thing that kind of went wrong, but was actually kind of perfect, was we couldn't get Johnny that year,
Okay.
but we were able to get Sonoy-san. So we were like, Jun, this is fine. We'll just, you can just play some instrumental songs, and he was perfectly fine with that because he did 2010, the year before, with Johnny, and he realized that, oh, Sonic fans want to come and see me do my thing. So he was very comfortable doing stuff like that. But I remember Jun talking to me and saying, Sven, listen, I kind of want to do some songs, but just know that I can't really do like the vocal songs. I obviously can't do. He has a point of not doing Crush 40 songs unless Johnny's there, which is a totally fair point. So
Yeah,
I was like,
no,
look,
that's
mate,
valid.
yeah, and I said, listen, you don't have to do any Crush 40 songs. People will get it, right? They see Jun Sonoy on stage on his own with a backing track. They'll just assume you're there to play, Sonic game music and not Crush 40 songs. Like, I don't think you'll let anyone down. So he was like, oh, okay, that's good to know. And he said, oh, also, I kind of want to do Escape from the City. And I was like, dude, just, this is the
Go
first
ham.
time he played that.
Absolutely.
I was like, please do. That would make my dream come true. And he said, but I don't think I should. I don't think I can. I was like, what do you mean? He said, well, I don't need Johnny to play that song, but I do need a singer. And I was like, I don't like how you're looking at me like that.
Oh no!
I really don't. I don't like it, right?
I don't like the way you're looking at me.
I can sing Backstreet Boys quite hammily for fun. I'm quite good at karaoke sometimes if I've had a few in me, but I ain't doing that. I'm not sure of those things, but I can't. So he was like, oh well, I guess I won't play it then. And then he was apprehensive about it up until the very last minute. And I said to, he was just about to go on, and I said, right, Jin, I've got an idea. I was like, look, listen, right, just hear me out. Please play the song. He was like, yeah, but who's going to sing the song? And I was like, you've got a crowd of Sonic fans
Everybody.
out there who knows every single word to that song.
Everybody.
I was like, I guarantee you start playing that song, you won't need a singer. And he was like, and this is obviously, he's the first time he's played that publicly, I think, at least in the West. So he was like, not sure. And he was like, okay, I'll trust you. Unfortunately, and this goes into the bit that went wrong, we were supposed to have someone manning the lights for the stage. That didn't happen either. So I was the guy that had to run all the way up the stairs, all the way backstage, up the stairwell, round the corner, up onto the balcony. And I had to hold this massive light onto the stage. So if anyone was there at 2011 Summer of Sonic watching Jun Sonoy perform, and you noticed the spotlight moving to try and catch him, that was me, personally. That was what, actually, no, I'm remembering correctly now. That was why, because I think he was trying to get me to sing Escape from the City, and I was trying not to do it. And I was like, oh, but I got to do the lights, Jun. I can't sing it now. You should get the crowd to sing it. That's what actually happened, now that I remember it correctly. So that
the
was
light saved you.
That was my escape route. It was a pain in the ass to actually do that light, but it meant that I also had a unique view of the moment when it happened. So I had the spotlight on him, and he starts playing, and he's like, and I could see it in his face, even though it was like all the way over there. He looked like a little bit like, oh, is this going to go down well? He's kind of like inching around, trying to fill the room. And then as soon as he heard everyone go, rolling around.
That's amazing.
I swear to God, his whole like vibe changed. He like flicked back his hair and was like giving it all this. And I was like, mate, this is perfect.
That's fantastic. I could only imagine. I would have loved to have been there.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So, yeah, Summer of Sonic. And now I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, no.
Just remembering that. It was me trying to sing Escape from the City. That's why I told him I can't do it.
Around. What? You, of course, this is such a silly question to ask, but I assume you went to the most recent symphony, yes?
The one in London I did, yeah, last year. I'm going to this year's one as well. They did another date for London, so definitely doing that too. Actually, funny story, not done Summer of Sonic in a while. And last year I had an opportunity to just kind of do something small. Sorry, the voice going now. But basically I just kind of sat there and thought, you know what, it'd be nice to kind of meet some fans. I haven't done a Summer of Sonic in ages, and I'm not going to do a Summer of Sonic just because there's a symphony thing. That's too much. But I thought, you know what, it'd be good to see people in a pub or something before the show. So I just put something out there. Again, I didn't even try. I just went, I think I just did a post on Stadium and just went, hey, I'm going to be in this pub about 3 hours before doors open. Come and have a pint, I guess. And then this poor pub didn't know what hit it.
Oh no!
Hours before, and I was not expecting. So I was like, I haven't done a Summer of Sonic in years. Like, no one really knows who I am. Surely, I'm just this guy going, I want to see friends, and like everyone descended. I was like, this is. I've got to stop doing this.
Yeah, like every time you go, oh, I want to see friends, hits the button. Thousands of people show up. You're like, this is too many friends. Take some of them back.
I'm cursed. What can I say?
Oh no, you're so cursed with friends and stuff.
But yeah, we haven't done a Summer of Sonic in ages, but we have tried to do like smaller events, and the last one we did properly was we did a Summer of Sonic Presents, which is kind of my sort of nickname for smaller events that aren't Summer of Sonic really, but it's not me having the itch. And we actually did have Sonoy-san come down to London to do an actual gig with his Sonic Adventure Music Experience band, and that was really cool. Actually, that was a really good weekend. So it was literally just, it was perfect for me and Adam, who helped organize it with me, because it was a music focused thing. It was literally just a gig in a club at the end, like, of a Saturday evening, I think it was. So there was not this whole day of convention stuff to organize. It was just, you know, go to a gig, go to a rock gig, but it's Sonic, right? That was the concept.
Right.
And, you know, everybody dug it. And, yeah, that was the first time Sonic Adventure Music Experience has actually performed outside of Japan, too. So I don't actually know if they've actually performed anywhere else yet. I think they did do maybe Brazil. I can't remember. But, yeah, that was the first time they did it in London. And, yeah, that was the Noi-san was there, obviously. And it was the first time I met Taneda-san, Takashi Taneda, who's the bassist for the group, and Act, who is the drummer. And Act is a sweetheart. Like, we chat all the time now. He's like my best friend. But he was it was his birthday round about the time we did the gig, and we did like a special sort of happy birthday thing. I've got it on video somewhere, but he was in tears by the time we did it. And, like, you know, you get like London or the UK in general is very much obviously known for its, like, you know, rock gig scene, I suppose.
Right.
So you had all, you know, punk rock and all that stuff. So you had all these like Sonic, like all these punk rockers and stuff in Sonic garb, just yelling happy birthday to like the drummer of this Sonic band, and he was in bits. And yeah, it was a really nice moment. So yeah, it's nice that even with the smaller events, you can have little moments like that, you know. So yeah,
that is genuinely amazing. Like, it sounds like even when things did like go wrong, there was still always like a turnaround in some way that kind of made it okay towards the end. And just, I love that. It's why I like running events in the first place, is even when there is the panic, even when there is the stress of, you know, running something like that, no matter how small or how big, when it does eventually like turn out to be okay, the relief and the adrenaline rush is insane. But I think that's just so cool that you were able to like run this event and bring so many people together and make a lot of people's dreams come true of like being able to meet people that have impacted their, you know, their childhood so much. Like that's awesome to like be the funnel for like such a cultural hot pot for something like this.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it makes me feel so good, to like proud actually, because obviously it's not just me, it's the whole team of Summer of Sonic that kind of helped make that happen. And I'm proud of every single person who's ever contributed to it or attended one. I think, you know, it started off because I just wanted to make friends. I was like, I want to make friends. I want new Sonic pals. That's literally like the entire basis of of that whole thing. I don't get the ironic thing is I don't get to speak to many people while I'm doing the show because I'm organizing and running it.
Right,
So,
right, yeah.
I'm running around and people are like, "Oh, it's really nice to meet you, Dreadknux," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's really nice to meet you too. I've got to go over here now.
I'm
I've
so
got to look
sorry.
after
Thanks.
from
Yeah.
this guy to this thing and whatever." But I still like really appreciate like that people come together and make friends with each other as well. That people use Summer of Sonic as a space for that. And one of the best things that I'll always remember hearing from someone is that in 2010, after the Crush 40 gig we did, I made a point that year, and I do try to did try to do this every year, of standing by the door at the end of every Summer of Sonic and just like shaking people's hand and saying hi, thanks for coming and everything, because it means a lot to me that people take the time to actually go to Summer of Sonic, because it's not, even though it's based in London, people come from all over the country, all over the world. Even the very first Summer of Sonic in 2008, we had people from Australia and America come. I think there was someone from China that even went there in 2008. And Summer of Sonic hadn't even had a reputation at that point. It was just a thing. So, I'm grateful for every single person who comes, because it is a big effort to just come down. And I'm saying goodbye to everyone. And there's this one kid who comes by and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much for, having sorting this out and everything." And I said, "Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for coming." And he said something really, really poignant to me. He said, "Look, no one else wanted to come with me to this show, so I kind of got a ticket for myself, and I came in here today with no friends, just on my own, but I left with 10 new best friends." And I was like, that has always stuck with me. And I was like, this is the reason why I do it, right? This is the reason why this is important, right? Because sometimes people just need a space to be able to like get together. And with social media the way it is so at the moment, and community spaces sometimes can be a little bit toxic's not the word I'd use. Everyone uses that word way too frivolously, but there's a lot of anonymity can allow people to just not be so level-headed when it comes to like talking about which Sonic game is the better or worse or whatever. And at the end of the day, it's like, who cares? When you're sat down face to face with someone and you're making jokes about Sonic 06, you can see in the other person's face, even if their favorite game is Sonic 06, they know you're joking and you can just laugh at it, right? Like I can talk shit about Sonic Unleashed and the other guy next to me will be like, "Oh, you dickhead, Sven, Sonic Colors is this," and I'm like, whatever.
Listen here.
On the internet, you can't really do that because people will find ways to just dunk on you in a unironic fashion. But in an actual space where you actually have to be a human being in front of people, it's important that you can actually connect with people like that, and I genuinely think that's why events like Sonic Revolution and Sonic Expo that's happening later this year, and all these other UK conventions that have also popped up that are Sonic focused, are really important. Even though Summer of Sonic's not kind of currently going right now, there's other shows that have kind of taken up the mantle and tried to do the same sort of thing. And if there is a space near where you live that you're able to kind of make that connection, I say go ahead and take the plunge. Don't be afraid. Try and make connections, because it's some people have made friends for life from Summer of Sonic, myself included. So it's I think it's a really special thing.
Yeah, and I think it's fantastic because running stuff like this, but even if it's just a simple like small gathering like for a day, you just never know how much that changes a person just for that day, to be able to just relax, be themselves, and gush about stuff that they like. Because I mean, especially back in the day, there wasn't a lot of spaces for that. There wasn't a lot of places that people could just do that and it not go downhill like immediately, or nobody was really comfortable like that. There's so many more spaces now, outside of the internet, on the internet space as well. It's 50-50 everywhere you go, but still there's a lot more openness to liking these things. Like you can just tell somebody, oh, I'm a Sonic fan, and more often than not they'll be like, oh yeah, me too, or oh, I hadn't grown up with that, like, is it any good, or something like that. And you know, I think I mentioned this the last time that we talked, but like, you know, back in the day, like gaming culture really wasn't there yet. And it was slowly growing, and it was fluctuating depending on console, depending on just era of genres of games that we were getting at the time. And, you know, Sega was also going through that growth process. Sonic was going through that process. And, you know, people weren't really sure if they could openly say, oh, I like Sonic without somebody being like, oh my God, really?
Well, you know, Sonic has had a rough transition to 3D. I don't know if you heard about this.
You know, I might have read it somewhere that he had a rough time, you know, hopping into 3D. Too many polygons to take care of. But nowadays, it's like so much more celebrated, like being like playing video games and stuff like that. And I just think that that culture in itself is very much impacted by the early days of, you know, Sega and a bunch of other companies as well. But definitely, like, I grew up with Sega games, so like it having such an impact to the point that like throwing events like this means so much to people, because they can relive that experience of when they used to gush about this, and now they can do it so openly with people, is fantastic.
I definitely, I agree. I think it's sorry,
I believe in you.
I know, right? It's 11:30 where I am right now, so my brain's starting to go boop, boop, boop.
I blame soccer.
Apologies. Yeah, I blame Spain. We lost to Spain. India lost to Spain. What is going on? I blame Spain for everything. Sorry, Spanish people. I love you, but your country. Why'd you
messing us up in football?
Why'd you have to win the Euro? I don't understand. Yeah, sure, you're good. You're better than the England team.
Yeah, you're fine, right. I guess.
Don't need to rub it in. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think you're right, actually, in terms of, like, you know, more opportunities for people to connect. I think there is genuinely a generational element to it. Like, you know, people like me who are, I hate to say it, you know, say it really quietly.
But, you know, I couldn't quite hear that. What'd you say?
No, I'm not saying it any louder. No. You're not getting out of me. Yeah, so, you know, I started the Sonic Stadium when I was 15 years old, right? God. That website is now going to be 25 years old next year. So I am very much feeling the pinch of old father time here on that one. But, you know, like you said, back in the old days, even before, like, you know, social media, and even including social media, like, you only had my site, really, not to put too fine a point on it. I had a forum, SSMB it used to be called. It's called the Sonic Stadium Message Board, so everyone just kind of calls it that now. But you know, back then that was kind of the main space, and then other websites appeared, and then social media appeared. And funny enough, there's this weird thing where people are actually coming back to Sonic Stadium and SSMB and re-registering and registering new accounts. Like, we've had a huge influx of fans the last year, probably because social media platforms are kind of imploding on themselves. But also back to the general point that people just kind of want a more honest and progressive and free way of communicating with each other, and social media just kind of doesn't really give you that space. You have 140 characters to make your point, and so being terse and dunking on people is kind of the way.
Yeah.
But, you know, outside of that, there's media now, like there's TV and movie adaptations of video games in general are just kind of more accepted as a kind of an art form or media thing. When I was a kid, it was still seen very much as a, you know, kid's toy. And if you wanted to take it into your adulthood, like I did with the Sonic Stadium, you know, it's very hard not to be seen as kind of unserious about it, because, oh, you're still talking about a cartoon hedgehog in your 20s. Get out of here. But now it's like people can make YouTube channels and Twitter accounts and stuff and focus on being hyped for Sonic, and that's seen as a very positive thing, which is great. Like, I would have loved for that to happen, when I was in my 20s, but I guess it just had to wait until the right time happened, I suppose. But yeah,
it's
long
a
story
step
to say, I
ladder.
agree with you.
Yeah, it's a step ladder, and you and a lot of others like genuinely laid the groundwork for a lot of these interactions that we now have, because
Oh, thank you.
we didn't have that, we definitely didn't have that, and now we do, and it's such a nice relationship to have with people that have made your childhood, like, genuinely, and for them to actually be listening and trying to, like, really connect with the community and be like, we're trying to do all these things for you and with you, and embrace the fans and everything like that. It was so taboo back in the day for companies to try and do that, or be too close to the fans, because it was like, you had that professionalism, that wall that couldn't really be crossed on either side. So I'm really glad that I wouldn't say the wall is fully down. There's still, barricades in certain areas that need to be there, obviously. But I'm glad that most of them have gone down to allow these type of, like, collaborations between fans and game companies now. Because I think it's beneficial on both ends. You get a new, fresh perspective from the fans, and the fans get to create something that they love, that has genuinely let them embrace their creativity in such a way that has let them take this path in life, like making music or animations or becoming a voice actor, stuff like that. I feel like no other fandom really has it like that than the Sonic fandom does. Like, there's just, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, I probably spent all my time talking about Summer of Sonic, but I'll mention this one last thing. Before the show was a show, before it was a convention, it was actually a website. So in 2006, I coincided with the Sonic's 15th anniversary. I had an idea of basically doing an anniversary themed Sonic the Hedgehog website, which was again separate from the Sonic Stadium, and because Sega wasn't doing one, like,
Right.
yeah, I think at that point Sega was a little bit kind of embarrassed, because they were coming off of, well, actually Sonic 06 hadn't happened yet, but they were kind of, it was a bit. So I was like, why aren't they doing anything for the 15th? I'm going to make a site. So I did this thing, and I called it Summer of Sonic, and it was basically a space where it was just a celebration of Sonic, but in website form. So there was a section where webmasters of different Sonic fan sites, like Sonic Retro, I think, was active at the time, Sonic Stadium, and a bunch of other websites, they'd write a few articles about it. I had an interview with Richard Jakes, which you can see where the through line is from me interviewing him for that website, and then him attending Summer of Sonic 2008 to perform. So there is that connection there. But yeah, it wasn't even thought of as an event back then. It was just a website that I ran for 2 weeks, and there was like a little guest book a little interactive guest book where people could write messages saying "Happy Birthday, Sonic," and it would reflect on the thing. It was very cute. But that project was one of the times where I saw the collaborative creativity of Sonic fans, where people just clubbed together. Because before, it was very hard to kind of try and get other webmasters and people who were creative to kind of come together and work on this unified vision. And so I went to people who ran these websites and did some fan art and said, hey, would you like to do a special fan art for this special website that I'm making that's meant to just promote, it's nothing to do with me, it's just promoting Sonic's 15th anniversary. And a lot of people got on board, and yeah, it was just really nice. Even people, I think Sega even was like, hey, we're hearing you're doing this thing, it's really nice, would you like to have an email interview with Jun Nakamura to talk about, I think it was Sonic 06 at the time. I was like, yes, please. So
yes, please.
Yeah, I'll have the thing with Nakamura-san. Thank you very much. So yeah, that was a good time. But yeah, like, if there is a collective sort of willingness to kind of do really cool things, so Summer of Sonic, and some of the most fun times I've had on my own forum with the Sonic Stadium, and the things that surprised me the most is when people just independently get together and just start doing things on a collaborative level. So one of the things I always think about is the Sonic Stadium actually has like music albums to its name, and that's because we've got about we've got about 4 or 5 remix albums under the Sonic Stadium name.
Really?
And that all came about because a bunch of people on my forum were like, hey, we should do an album and call it the Sonic Stadium Music Album. And we had the first time someone did that, there was like about 6 discs worth of remixes. Like, I'm not even joking. So we've done like, I'll happily share links after the interview or something.
Yes,
but, like,
please.
some of these remixes are really banging. But yeah, this was back in like 2010, 11 or something. But yeah, people collaborate, and the willingness of people to just say, yeah, I'll do a remix for the Sonic Stadium. And I'm like, I'm sitting here going, what? I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't touch this at all. It's just people on my forum just decided to do a thing because they liked the community that I'd kind of cultivated, and they were part of this. And it's amazing. I'm sure you've seen this with some of the people in your community too, who kind of collaborate and work on projects independently of your own, and just kind of look at them and go, guys, this is awesome.
You're like, wait, hold on a second, what's going on here? It's so cool, but also, where did this come from?
Like another one is just independently, a whole bunch of my forum people just decided to do a cover of a Ghost Pumpkin Soup one Halloween, and just decided to there's a video online on our YouTube channel where it's just a bunch of people from my forum just going, down Pumpkin Hill, like, really badly. And actually, I misremember this all the time, but I'm pretty sure I'm on it somewhere because I can kind of hear my voice. But I always sing something. I always sing really stupidly when I do these things.
The karaoke is real.
Karaoke is always real in my place. So, but yeah, it's great to see that sort of thing,
It's funny because I was just about to ask. I was like, I really would love to hear like any fun experiences you had with running Sonic Stadium, because, like you said, it's been going on for a bit, and you started it fairly young.
Long time. Long time. So, when I started, I was, like I said, I was 15 years old, and I didn't know anything. I literally just discovered the internet at my high school. They had just. It was like the internet was a brand new thing in 1999, I think it was, and I didn't know anything about it. Yahoo was the predominant search engine, not Google.
Oh my God, Yahoo, right?
That's how far back we're going. And also Ask Jeeves and Alta Vista. I remember all those old ones. So, I remember being a kid, and I had like this long term. Obviously, I've been a fan of Sonic since I was a little kid. I had a Master System with all the Sonic games, upgraded to a Mega Drive, and then the Sega Saturn came out, and that was just kind of like a dead period for me for Sonic. I upgraded my Mega Drive way too late because I was only allowed one console in my house. My mum wouldn't let me get more than one, so I had my Mega Drive for ages. Played Sonic 2 to death, loved it, and then I was like, oh, I want a new games console. My mum was like, well, you got to get rid of that one. Unfortunately, I had to get rid of my Mega Drive. But at the time, the Saturn was pretty much already dead and dusted, so I wasn't going to get one of those. So I got an N64, so I became a Nintendo boy up until 1999. Then the Dreamcast started becoming a thing, and I started thinking to myself, I remember being a Sonic fan when I was a kid, but it's that teenage thing where you're like, but is liking Sonic kind of childish now? Like, I'm a grown man now. I wasn't. I was 15 years old. But you think that when you're a teenager, you're like, oh, is that too like lame? Because I'm a big boy now. But then like this new IT center started being built in the school, and I saw all these kids my age bringing in, like, people were just cheekily bringing floppy disks. Remember those? Loaded with emulators, and they were all playing Sonic 2 behind the teacher's back. Sonic 2, and I was like, I remember Sonic 2. Oh wow! And then I started thinking, I was like, I wonder if the internet has anything about Sonic. Obviously, duh. But I wasn't expecting anything because I was kind of like, if Sonic was in the back of my head, I just had a throwaway thought. Went, wonder if there's anything Sonic on on this thing they call the internet. And I did a search, and it was like thousands and thousands of pages, and I was like, oh damn, like I better start clicking through some stuff. And that was where I discovered websites called such as Sonic HQ, which was the biggest one at the time, the Sonic Foundation, which was my favorite one, and which inspired me to start with the Sonic Stadium actually, and the Moogle Cavern, which was a kind of a catch-all sort of fan site that kind of did a bit of Sonic, a bit of Dragon Ball Z, a bit of Final Fantasy. It was like this whole thing. But I frequented their forums a lot, and I made a lot of good friends online. And you know, I was there for about a year, and then I thought to myself, you know what, I could do this. I think I know a bit about Sonic. I could write a thing or two. So I went to like the library and learned like HTML off of a book, but it was like real big type, and it was like, here's how to do a background color, and here's how to make your text glow.
Wow.
And you know, I basically studied this whole book in like a weekend, and I was like copying things down, I was typing things up, and I was just copy pasting, but in book to computer form. So I had a copy of everything, and then I'd return the book, and then I used this as a way to like just experiment and play around. And yeah, I made my very first website on a free webs account or whatever it was called at the time, and yeah, I had about 3 or 4 pages to my name. And yeah, the landscape was very different for Sonic websites back then. It was very, I mean, the meme or the, you know, the stereotype is real, right? Like from 90s web pages where it's like flashing GIFs everywhere, and and a Sonic
rotating little things, right, and stuff on fire.
Yeah, exactly, and crappy midis like doing
yeah.
And it breaks your ears, and I'm like, no, this is awful. That really was the time. But yeah, I kind of persevered with it, and it was nice to make a website back in like 2000. I launched it in 2000, so it'll be 25 years old next year, and that's insane to think about. But you know, Sonic Adventure had been out for like a year, so I was coming off of the hype of that, and you know, I was loving Sonic again, and Sonic Adventure 2 was coming out the year after, so there was all this hype coming for this. And you know, you don't, back then you didn't feel as much hype collectively because social media wasn't a thing back then, and I wasn't on many forums. That I was on like the one from Moogle Cavern, but a lot of people were talking about it, and then I read a lot of magazines, so there was kind of like back then, before social media, you kind of had like an internal hype, and you kind of hyped yourself up instead of following Twitter accounts that would hype you up, right? So I mean, there's some really, I think there's an archive on the Sonic Stadium from some of my very oldest like reviews of Sonic Adventure 2, because I got the demo disc from Phantasy Star Online, and I played it, and if you read that old article, it's just 15-year-old me going, this is going to be the best game in the entire world. Holy moly, Sonic Team have changed the game, and all this other stuff. And it's a bit cringe to look back on now, but I keep it up for posterity, because it's like, sometimes you want to look back and see how little old you used to think about things. And it's nice to be able to feel like you can get psyched for something, you know? But yeah, like, I can't remember what your original question was, but I think over the years, the site has evolved a lot as the community has changed as well. And yeah, everything from Sonic Heroes, like, you know, my website was right there, my forums are right there with that whole thing. You know, I still remember the triple threat of Sonic Heroes, Sonic X, and Sonic Battle.
Oh my
and
goodness.
those three things, like everyone was just going crazy about all of those. And from about 2003, my forum was starting to pick up to have a decent community that was very active. So I could see the feedback that I guess people now get from social media accounts and hype accounts, where you see other people get excited about stuff and you get excited too, and you're like, oh my god, yeah, you're right, Sonic X is going to be this amazing thing. And then it comes out and everyone's a bit like, oh right, is that it?
You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, like honestly, like I don't think a lot of people's perception of what people used to think about Sonic back in those days is entirely inaccurate. Like, you know, if you can imagine that people were psyched about Sonic Heroes, then you'd be right. Like, people were totally jazzed about Sonic Heroes, but Sonic Heroes was probably, I don't know if, you know, people might be too young to know this, so I'll tell them, but it was like the most leaked game in existence as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the entire soundtrack got leaked like weeks before the Japanese release, and then there was this whole like confusion about when it was coming out in the West, and it was coming out in Europe before the US, and then it was coming out in the US before Europe, and then all of a sudden the US got it in January 2004, and then we weren't getting it till like March, and that really pissed me off. But yeah, it's
I can hold that over you, and you can hold Summer Sonic over me.
Yeah, right. We get the one thing, but I mean, the one thing. But yeah, it's just really, you know, I'm currently on my website. I'm currently going through something of a restoration project at the moment because I never really kept a good record of the different phases of my website over the last quarter of a century. So a lot of the stuff is scattered to the four winds of Internet Wayback Archive. So I'm trying to like get a lot of that and get it back onto like my own platform so I can have like an archive of this, because I think it's really important to have like a time capsule of what the community thought of things at the time and how they felt. You know, a lot of people kind of think these days, oh, what good are forums for? And I'm like, well, forums are good because you can have like, and you can see from the past as well, like how people felt about things in a more thoughtful way. Because, you know, even now, right, people are talking about things like, obviously, Sonic X Shadow Generations and you know, the fallout from how people feel about Sonic Superstars and Ken Pender's this and that and all the rest of it, and IDW. So, you know, there's still a space there for people to just kind of speak thoughtfully and speak at length with others about how they feel things are going. And if you care to look back as well, you can see how people felt. You can even see how I felt way back into the year 2000 about Sonic Shuffle, right? So it's kind of mad, and you know, people might think, oh well, who cares about what people thought back in the year 2003? But some people do. I think it's important to have a history of this stuff, and all too often, you know, we kind of forget the past and kind of focus on the now. So yeah, that's kind of one of my major projects at the moment, is trying to just capture the last 25 years of my site and forum activity and try and like make an archive and make sure that all of that is still kind of in place for future generations to see, you know, because you know, a lot of the questions I get, some of the tweets that I put out there, I'm not a huge influencer or anything on social media, but every now and then I post like an old design from Sonic Stadium from like 2006, or the best one was I put like my old Windows desktop from like 2004 or something with all the icons and the Sonic wallpaper, and people went mental over it. They were like, oh, this is so retro, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And you know, people care about that stuff, you know, it's interesting to them, I think. So yeah,
the past is so celebrated now. I like it's coming back. It's a huge resurgence of things from you know, like late 70s going into 80s, 90s, early 2000s culture is coming back in a lot of ways. Music, fashion, indie games, a lot of stuff. So I think it's cool that people still have an appreciation for all the stuff back then, and then like being able to see it and it's not lost to time is like, I don't know, it's very magical. It's like looking at an artifact that is like just resemblance of like back in the day. It's its own time capsule. I think that's what it is.
And it's interesting for me as well, because I look back on things that I'm restoring and I'm like, oh yeah, that happened. Even stuff that I did, like I completely forget sometimes that my website featured in an Australian museum exhibit in like 2003 or 4, I think it was.
An
Like I got,
Australian museum exhibit?
yeah, I still have. They sent me actually after the exhibit. They sent me one of the boards that they made about
What?
for
That's
the
so
exhibit.
cool.
I still have that. It's probably behind that something or somewhere. But like, I wish I could show it to you. But like, yeah, I got approached by, I think it was called the Museum for the Center of Moving Image or something.
Ah.
And they reached out to me and said, hey, we're doing this thing about Sonic and the history of Sonic, and we want to celebrate the fans, and we wanted to do like a little video of someone browsing your website and put that in exhibit. So yeah, that was a thing that happened, and you know, I forget that happened, and um, you know, I also forget about things that I did, like the radio station that I used to do, Sega Sonic Radio, with all the podcasts that I used to do, like the Sonic Hour. I forget about, you know, I even forget about the time that I actually met Sega for the first time. As I mentioned this before, but like when I met Sega in 2005 for like this, as the conduit of Sonic fans to kind
Yeah.
of that picked my brain, and that was a wild kind of that was a wild kind of week, because that whole thing started because I saw, I don't know why this happened, but on the official Sega Europe website, they had this update on there, like official, like Sonic Heroes coming out soon, or whatever. And then there was this one news bulletin on their official website that said, "Oh, hey, if you're in London and you're going to be in this area, then come to this bar where we'll have a DJ set, and also you'll get to play Super Monkey Ball or something on a PS2 pod." And I was like, "This is a weird update, but I'm going to go to this thing." And it turned out that it was just like an excuse for someone who worked at Sega to just plug their like extracurricular DJ night or something.
Oh, that's funny.
It was not video game at all. It was just like some crap, right? I was just like, whatever, I'm not interested in this. I came because I was like, I heard there was promise of a Super Monkey Ball demo or Shadow the Hedgehog demo, and the pods weren't working. So I went all that way and didn't even get that. But then I was like, do you know what? I'm going to talk to the DJ, and you know, maybe he works at Sega or so. I'll see what I can get out of him. It turned out he worked in marketing, and he was like, "Oh, hey, we've actually been wanting to connect with the community a lot, and we, you know, this was before community teams or community managers or anything like that. This was 2005, right? So this was before any of that stuff, before social media, and they were like, Sega, this guy at Sega was like, yeah, we're thinking of wanting to talk to the community a bit, and that means you, obviously, nice to meet you. Come to our office and we'll pick your brains. We got this game coming out. So I was like, yes, please, yes. Give me all of it. And I just remember sitting in a pub with like this fish and chips, and there's like a semicircle of like 5 or 6 Sega Europe like PRs, marketing people, all the rest of it, licensing. And they're just looking at me, and I'm like, "Oh, thanks for the dinner, guys," or whatever. And they're like, "Yes. So, Sonic fans think about Shadow the Hedgehog as a character," and I'm like, "Uh."
Tell us what you know about Shadow the Hedgehog, and you're like, "Oh my god."
Well, I didn't know this was a test. So, yeah, no, I just, you know, it's difficult when you're sat there, and you know, this is, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is like the first time anyone from the community had any kind of official communication or access to like Sega or the people who make the games. And this is before Summer of Sonic. This is before anything else. This is my very first communication with Sega officially, and I think anyone had ever had from the fan base officially. So there was a lot of pressure on me to like say anything, because through my head I was like, well, I can't speak for absolutely every Sonic fan in the world, but now I'm being asked to. So it was kind of weird, but I think I gave them good vibes. So I said, look, you know, everyone loves Shadow the character. Everyone's a bit confused about Sonic Heroes. Kind of went a bit too deep on that, maybe, if I remember correctly. But, but everyone was like, oh, yes, okay, good, very good. See, the thing is, we're bringing out a game, and I'm like, yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog, I know. They're like, yeah, okay, well, how do people feel about that game? And I just remember,
oh god,
when that game was announced, yeah, it was chaos, absolute chaos.
oh yeah,
Like people, I mean, people love Shadow, right? No one's ever really stopped loving Shadow as a character, right?
Yeah.
Sonic X Shadow Generations announces, everybody goes
Everybody's
wild,
losing
quite
their
rightly.
mind, yeah.
But Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, gets announced, and all of a sudden, even all the hardcore Shadow fans are like, what the fuck is this game? How dare Sega? This looks like it. And I'm like,
how dare they?
what do I Shadow with a gun? What the fuck? So I'm like remembering all of this feedback from the community, and I'm like, how do I say this to Sega? So I think I was a bit diplomatic about it, but also I was like, there's probably lots of people who did see that trailer at the Walk of Game, where it was like Shadow shooting up the glass with a gun and then just going brr, 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 and loved it. So I was like, well, I can't speak for people who love it, but yeah. So yeah, that was my first, and then I thought I'm never getting invited again because this is
why did you ask me this of all questions?
Yeah, well, I half expected it because it was the next game they had coming out, and they marketing, right? Like they don't care about what fans think about the game that came out last year. They care about what whether people are going to buy the game that's coming out tomorrow. So I half expected it, but then I was kind of like, well, I can't lie to you, but also I can't really tell you the truth either. So I kind of walked away thinking, I'm never getting invited back. That I lost my shot. I guess that was a nice thing that happened. But then, I think off the back of talking to me in general, like Sega established a community management team, of which I mentioned Kevin before. He was like one of the first people on that team, and really thanks to Kevin and the Sega Europe team, like they were the genesis of not only like the community management outreach that Sega in general, the West Japan and everywhere, like that's the genesis of all of that one small community team. But I think also Sega Europe really led the way for community management in general, because no one had, like, I remember when Sega set up the community team, that whole thing was not even an industry. No one had heard about a community management thing. It was just not a thing that was in the world. And that was just very interesting to see that kind of develop and evolve into an industry in real time. And now you see that's a significant part of how game companies market their games. I mean, hell, like the last 10 years of Sonic the Hedgehog marketing has mostly just been the social media outreach from the US team, right? When they had no games coming out, and they were like, well, apart from Sonic Mania, what the hell do we have to talk to Sonic fans about? And it was due to the genius of the American social media team that they kept that brand alive, and now it's one of the biggest accounts online, right?
Yeah.
But the whole genesis of that, the whole nugget of that came from this community team that came out of Sega UK, which is kind of humbling, really, when you think about it. And I remember being there on the ground floor for all of that, and I was like, wow, that's kind of cool how that kind of exploded.
Extremely.
All because I said, people laughed at Shadow the Hedgehog trailer. So I'm like,
they're like, yeah, no, I don't know about that.
Stranger things have happened, but yeah, they asked me to do some other things as well. Like I remember being, Sega has always had like a professional relationship with me. I always maintained that I was like, look, I know I'm a fan, and I know I run a fan site, but I always wanted to be like, I want to review your games. I want to give an honest opinion to fans. I kind of want to be, an influencer is probably the wrong word. Journalist is probably also the wrong word for you can't. I don't know if you can be like a fan journalist, but I wanted to be a games journalist at that time when I was because I was at uni at the time, and when I graduated, I wanted to be a games journalist. So I ended up doing that. So I wanted to kind of do that, get the starting blocks on that going. So when I got the connection with Sega, I was very clear, like, look, I want to keep this kind of professional, and I want to review your games, and I want, if there's, I didn't ask for interviews or anything like that, because I thought they're not going to give it to me that run a fan site. They do now, which is nice, but back then I was like, then they're not going to give me access to like Yuji Naka or something. But I just said, look, I'd like to just keep this professional. But every now and then, there was like this one time where the community manager, not Kevin, someone else, had rang me up and was like, "Oh, I know you probably don't want to do this, but I need to ask a favour of you." And I'm like, "Well, what's the matter?" He said, "Can you get to London like tonight?" And it was like 5 p.m. and he meant like an hour or 2 hours from then. And I was like, "Well, I'm kind of like an hour away on a train. Well, 2 maybe." So I was like, "It's a bit last minute. What do you need?" He was like, "We need someone to be Sonic." And I'm like,
We need someone to be Sonic.
"Define be Sonic." I was like, "Well, we're the sponsor of this Mobile Game Awards thing tonight, and the guy who's supposed to be in a Sonic suit is sick, and he needs someone we need someone to replace him with." And I'm like, "Are you serious?"
That's so cool, though.
I actually originally said no to them because I was like, "Look, mate, this is a step too far. Like, it's a bit too like church and state. The lines are being crossed." And then I thought about, I hung up, and then I thought about it for a minute, and I was like, "Do you know what? This will be a funny story to tell the kids one day." Of which I didn't have any at the time, obviously. So I called him back, and I was like, "Do you know what? I'll do it." And that was the most surreal night of my life. I got absolutely roasted on stage by a comedian who was hosting the awards.
Oh no!
I wear glasses, right? And I had to take them off because the way you put the head on, you have to put it in from the side and then lock it, like twist and lock it. And because the eyes was the only part of the costume you could see out of, and they were meshed up, I couldn't really see properly because of my eyes. I needed glasses. I couldn't put my glasses on, and it was like this far away from my head, so I couldn't see like far, and my vision was impaired, and I was just like, this is mad. Yeah, and there are many pictures. There's photo proof of me wearing that suit, so I can definitely provide the evidence. I just choose not to.
Did you get to keep the suit? Did you get to keep the suit?
No. No, and to be honest, I wouldn't have wanted to because they clearly didn't wash that suit. I realised afterwards. So I was like, how does this feel? How does this feel both really hot? How do both feel really hot and yet really cold at the same time? And I was like, oh yeah, that's someone else's sweat. That's why. So yeah, it was little bit rank.
The Sonic sweat.
For a few hours one night, I was Sonic the Hedgehog. So
that is definitely a fun story to tell, though.
Yeah, right. And I thought, I wouldn't have had this opportunity if I didn't run a Sonic fan site. So let's celebrate that. And what Sonic fan wouldn't want to be Sonic at least once in their life? So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna give it a shot. So yeah, it's probably could have told you some better stories, really, but that's the one that popped into my head of the last X amount of years we've been going. But yeah, it's been a wild ride these last 25 years, and saying that out loud is actually scaring me a little bit. So I'm just gonna not say that number anymore. How about that? So
just say you've been going for a good long time.
A good long time, but then I sound like a senile old man who can't remember things. Like, how long was it, Sonny? Oh, I don't know. So,
I don't remember.
But I'm gonna think of some. I've got to do something special next year for it, I suppose. So yeah, I've got to think about that real long and hard.
Oh yeah, no, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm sure it'll be really cool. But yeah, I got some fun questions, and then we're gonna open up to questions from chat. So
I love fun questions.
Yes.
So,
have you been hydrating? Because I didn't see you drink anything.
Oh, you must have noticed I've been drinking water, but I also had some fizzy juice in the corner. So
wow. Wait, I think I did see you pick the cup up a couple of times.
Eagle-eyed viewers among you might have gone, why has he got 2 different cups? Why is he doing that? I'm just doing it to mess you all up. So here's another one as well. Just
to different drinks.
So there you go. There's a third one for you.
I'm once again with Gatorade yet again for like the 80th time.
I have been hydrating, so don't worry. I'm good to go. My thirst has been quenched, and I can answer your thirsty questions.
Yay!
Probably
All
didn't have to call
right.
them quirky questions, but let's go.
So I'm gonna give you a fun question, and then we're gonna open up to some questions from chat. So chat, be ready with your questions if you've got one. For me, and because my ADHD has been spiking so bad, I would like to know, what are your 3 favorite items on your shelf collection over there? I want to
Oh my
know.
god.
Yeah.
All right. That's probably going to be everyone's question anyway, but let me just look. I've got a lot here.
There's so much.
But you know what? It's funny. I preempted this question because there's a lot here. There's a Sonic Chronicles tin there. It's a bit fuzzy. You probably can't see it, but that's pretty dear to me. But I actually picked up some decent things. They're probably not my favorite things, but they're probably the ones that that do mean some amount of whatever to me. But I've got 3 things. I've got one of my first eBay kind of big gets was a Sonic Team branded visual memory unit for the Dreamcast.
Oh!
So I haven't actually ever used this, and I'm a bit scared to like turn it on or something. But
That
it's
is
kind
so
of like,
cool.
yeah, it's very cool. My big white whale, if you want to call it that, is that there was an actual Dreamcast that kind of went with this, that was designed the same way, like it was kind of blue with the Sonic Team logo on it. I will probably never ever find it. They're rare as hen's teeth, but if I see it, I will forever long and lust for it. So that's number one.
Gosh.
Number
I want one so bad.
Number 2 is actually, I lied about that VMU. Like, this is actually my very first proper eBay buy. It's the Sonic 10th anniversary. They did like 3 special merchandise items for the launch of Sonic Adventure 2 in Japan, and they did a limited run of these in the US and Europe. I was unable to get them in Europe, which made me very, very sad. I actually cried. But I got this off eBay from the Japanese side of things, and this one there was a glass crystal cube, one of them with Sonic in it. The other one was just a normal statue, and this was the 3rd item, which is a ring. It's probably a bit brassed up now.
Oh, it's a Sonic ring.
Yeah, it's a Sonic ring, and you can actually, you know what? I'll put it on this ring. So there you go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Looks like that. And you know, if I ever get into a fist fight, I can
just imprint.
Stiff them and imprint Sonic. Give you a big punch at Sonic speed. And that one is apparently according to the number here, 445. So I don't know. So it's numbered. I guess I'll tell you that. And the 3rd one is, I have a lot of CDs that I've collected over the years that I've imported from Japan. I've got the Sonic X soundtrack. I've got several wills from Sonic 06, the vocal soundtrack. I've got, like, you know, the original versions. I've got like a Sonic Heroes soundtrack, and Ben's been kind enough to send me a bunch of his more recent ones, like the Works albums and like the Sonic Adventure 2 re-releases and stuff. So I've got a number of things from him too. But this one is one of the ones that is one of the rarest in my collection, which I really love. It's the Sonic the Hedgehog remix album from the mid-90s, and it's only released in Japan, and it's basically a collection of remixes from Sonic CD, the Japanese soundtrack. So, and when you open it up, it's got like a little cool like bits of Sonic on it and stuff.
Oh, I love that so much.
And yeah, if you ever heard some weirdo Japanese remixes of Sonic CD, chances are it came from this album. The one that I think everybody probably can't focus, sorry about that, but the one that probably everyone knows about is When We Reach For You, Could It Be Right? It's got this Japanese guy going, it starts off with some weird falsetto thing.
Yeah,
it's a great album. I'm a big fan of it, and this cost this was an eBay get as well back in like early 2000s, back when you could actually get some rare stuff before it all went to like collector buyers hell. And I probably got this for like about 60 quid or something at the time, which inflation means I don't know, but back then in like the early 2000s, $60 was probably around about $80-$90. So expensive. It costs a good chunk of money for me, a good amount of pocket money,
I was gonna ask what the most
but
expensive piece was.
Oh, the most expensive. Oh, that's not the most expensive piece. What was it? Oh, damn. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
I'm afraid the fact that you have to think really hard on that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm talking about stuff. I don't really do eBay much anymore, but I do. Like, I've started to dip my toe in a little bit, and you see that. You probably can't see it, but there's a Sonic and Knuckles up there, next to the Sonic Generations thing. But the Sonic and Knuckles there was something I bought in the last year, and that was expensive. That was like a good 120 quid, because it's the cardboard box version, and it's like the condition of it is pretty good. And I used to have it, but then when I sold my Mega Drive, like I mentioned earlier, when I was a kid, to get the N64, I obviously had to get rid of it. So I never really kept like my old Master System and Mega Drive games, and yeah, I always was kind of sad that I never kept my copy of Sonic and Knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
So that is kind of a near perfect sort of version of the European release of the game. So for nostalgia kicks and purposes, that's a recent buy that has kind of meant a lot to me, I suppose. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm looking at like everything on the shelf. I see like the little Puyo. I see the Knuckles hat. I see the Sonic McDonald's box. I've got like, there's so much.
So the Puyo is, I think I got that from Sega Joypolis the last time I was there, which is an indoor amusement park in Tokyo. They don't. I've been lucky enough to go to Japan. I think my wife likes to remind me about 8 times since 2005.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and every time I always go to Joypolis, but it's interesting because the amount of times I've been to Joypolis, those 8 times, Sonic was there, but like there was a statue of him, or there was some video of him or something. But in terms of merchandise, like a lot of people would think about, oh, I'm going to go to Japan, I'm going to go to the Sega shop, and I'm going to buy all the Sonic merchandise. Back then, it didn't exist, because Sonic wasn't really massive, and still isn't really massive in Japan as he is in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you read a lot online about how much cooler the merchandise you can get in Japan is for Sonic versus the West. Like, even Sonic X Shadow Generations, there's a Shadow the Hedgehog bust that you can't get anywhere else.
I saw that, and I was just like, why? Why do we not get these things?
I know. This is why. So the first 5 or 6 times going to Japan, I was like, right, I'm going to go to Joypolis, I'm going to buy all the Sonic stuff. And the most I came back with that even made any sense was you get these branded Sonic tins of cookies. And I was like, this is bollocks, honestly. Like,
wow.
Why is this the only Sonic stuff they have? I went in 2019 last to Japan, and then I went to Joypolis. All of a sudden, there's like a whole rack of Sonic stuff. There's like t-shirts, there's keychains, and I'm like, this is awesome. So if anyone of you watching this is planning to go to Japan anytime soon, make Tokyo Joypolis a spot, because there's actually stuff to buy there now if you're a Sonic fan. If you're not a Sonic fan, then don't.
Yeah, just don't go.
If you're not a Sonic fan, why are you watching me? So yeah, so the Puyo was from there. The McDonald's thing is actually this year's promotion that ended recently, but in the UK they've stopped doing plastic toys for McDonald's, so the toys are crap. So I just got the one box just for shits and giggles. That thing over there, if I'm pointing to it correctly, is a manga book for Sonic Superstars that they gave away at Tokyo Game Show last year. A friend of mine lives in Japan, so he sent me one of those, and that's very good. And then I can't really see what any of those are, and I don't really want to keep looking over. The one down, can I point? Where am I pointing? That one.
Yeah.
There.
With the monitor.
Yeah, that's the monitor. That's a First for Figures Sonic 20th anniversary statue. We had like a whole bunch of them that we gave away at Summer of Sonic that year. Ooh. And if I understand correctly, there are like only 1,000 of them ever made. And yeah, I definitely kept mine because obviously it's so awesome. I need to find a space. I mean, there's probably a space up there I can put it. Tails is kind of just journeying over there right now, so he's just there. So yeah, that's cool. And then the other thing that I really, really love is this here, which is the you can't really see it very well, but it's you remember Sega released a Mega Drive or a Genesis Mini a few years back? They did in Japan like a Tower of Power version that you could connect to it. So a
Oh,
Mega CD and a 32X, but it was Japanese branded, but you could buy it from the shops. And I had asked everyone that I knew at Sega, I was like, is there going to be a European version of this? Because I could buy the Japanese one. It's just plastic, doesn't do anything. Like you can slot it into the Mega Drive Mini cartridge slot, but it doesn't do anything. It's just to look pretty, right? It's just a ornamental thing.
right.
But and I heard from some people that I knew in the US who run fan sites for Sega that they did Genesis branded versions of the same Tower of Power set, but they only gave them to some like press and influencers and stuff. And so I was desperate. I was like, right, I'm hearing that there's Western branded versions. So I was on my European contacts case going, I need, like, I cannot express to you how much I need this in my life. Because it was, what was it? It's a Mega CD, a 32X, a cartridge of Sonic and Knuckles, and I think there might even be a cartridge of Sonic 1 on there or something. But it's all in that box. So yeah, my very good friend who worked at Sega Europe at the time hooked me up with one of those and was like, literally do not tell anyone this, because that there's literally the office literally had like 5 of those branded ones to give away because they didn't sell them anywhere, not the US ones, not the European ones. So yeah, I was just like, my baby.
This
So
is my child.
so that's one of my favorite things, even though it's not out of its box yet.
That is the coolest thing ever, though. There's a lot of, like, I don't know, it's so cool, and I also agree with you. I swear, like, we don't get the really cool things that have to do with Sonic. There's somewhere else that is so expensive to get. You won't even hear about it until, like, years later sometimes. Like, I'll see merch of Sonic that I've never heard of before, and I'll see the year, and I'm like, there's no way that came out 5-6 years ago, and I am just hearing about it now. How? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't know. I never knew, and it's
That's mad. If in case anyone's wondering, by the way, because there might be a question about it, so just not to make a redundant question, if you're wondering about the Sonic Frontiers box and the Superstars box, because I saw someone mention the Superstars box earlier in chat,
yeah.
they're not anything. Well, they are something special, but it's not really anything special. It's just basically press boxes. Sega's PR sent me those, and inside is basically it's like a care package. So it's like, I think in the Sonic Frontiers one, I did like a TikTok on it like when it came out, but it was like you open a box and there's like a bunch of just Sonic shit in there. So there's like the games in there and a copy of the game. There's like I think they chucked me a copy of an IDW Sonic comic, and for some weird reason the PR sent me in this box there's like a little cuddly hedgehog and like an adopter hedgehog certificate in there.
That's
So
kind of cute.
it is cute, but it's not like super limited edition Sonic Frontiers, like, I don't know, shot glass set or something like that.
Right.
It's just a bunch of stuff you can buy on Amazon, but it's in this nice
in a
little
box.
so
Yeah.
the box is basically the exclusive thing about it, I suppose. Yeah, same with the Sonic Superstars one. It's just there's like a Sonic Lego thing in there, actually there is one cool thing in there which I need to this office, by the way, is like the nicest it's ever looked. So thank you to everyone in the chat for looking out, saying how nice it looks, because this has never looked better. And all the crap that used to be in here is literally just off the camera. So I haven't had a chance to do this yet, and I really want to. But in that box there is like one of those LED like wall. I can't say the words now, but like it's like a wall light, and it's like LED. Like tube light thing, but it's all the heads of the characters from Sonic Superstars. So it's like the Sonic head, Amy head, Knuckles head, Tails head, and they're all different. When it's on, I assume it's all the different colors of their heads. So like Sonic blue, Tails yellow, and stuff. And it's like a neon sign sort of thing. So that's kind of cool. I think that's custom made. So yeah, at some point I want to put that up, but it's just a space, a tidiness, or whatever thing. And yeah, so I thought I'd just talk about those boxes in case anyone's curious.
Yeah, no, I was looking at them too, and I was just like, the Frontiers box is really pretty. I like it.
Yeah, that is very cool because when you lift the lid, there's like a sensor in it, and it does a ring noise when you open it. So it goes like a I don't know what the noise is. It's like a weird wind whooshing noise. I think it's supposed to like symbolize like the mysterious Starfall Islands or whatever.
That's
So it's like,
interesting.
whoosh, and it goes bling, and that's kind of cool.
That's
So
really neat. I like when they do stuff like that, though. I feel like they
yeah,
don't do cool stuff like that all the time. We were gushing
yeah.
during Billy Hatcher, like they don't do menus like this anymore. They don't make like start like menus like this where everything's animated and like big icons and stuff.
Oh,
Everything's
if I
so
remember
streamlined.
correctly, I think I have the soundtrack to Billy Hatcher in there somewhere as well. So yeah,
I,
I
I,
do
I've
love I
definitely
do love Billy
converted.
Hatcher.
Yeah, I've converted because I was like, I never really heard the Billy Hatcher like OST. So like just hearing it during the game, I was just like, why is it? It goes so hard. It's so happy and energetic, and I want to run and jump and climb things like immediately.
Yeah, cook-a-doodle-doo.
Good morning. It's awesome. It is. Okay, so chat, do you have any questions? I need to hydrate actually. I yelled at you earlier and I have not been drinking Gatorade as much as I should. Okay, we've got a fun question for you. What flavors do you think each of the Puyos are, and do they feel good to eat?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I immediately think of uh, Starburst or something when I look at the Puyos. So I think like the red one's strawberry, the
That's
purple one's
fair. Yeah.
blackberry. I'm a bit basic like that. Um, but maybe if we're talking like meats or something, like
Ooh,
the red one can be like, I don't know, beef.
roast beef.
The
Yeah.
red one's beef. Do you know why?
Hmm.
Because in my head, you can get like beef stock cubes in the shops,
Oh
and
yeah.
the box for the beef ones are red. So that's beef. The green stock cubes are lamb. So that'll be lamb. Purple ones are, well, you can't get a purple coloured stock cube, but because it'll probably be disgusting. But I don't know. Veal. I don't know.
Maybe veal venison. Maybe.
Goose. Let's go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say right. So yeah, I liken them to sweets. So the obvious colours would be like red would be strawberry, green would be apple. I don't like lime, so I'm not touching lime. Yellow would be lemon, purple would be blackberry, and what are the other colours? I forget. Uh,
Uh, did we say a yellow one?
yeah.
Yeah, we did. They have the
Red.
garbage ones. Those are just gray silvery ones.
Oh, they can be like I don't know if they do them here, but in the UK you can get like uh, they're called Fox's Glaciers, and they're like little candies that are like they're transparent,
Uh-huh.
and they kind of taste like nothing as well, like just sugar.
Huh.
They're like hard candies. Um, that would be that would definitely be the garbage one for me. But you'd have to get what Fox's Glaciers are, so that's kind of redundant. What would be a good one for Americans? Uh, what's the maybe the Skittle that's like not colored? Do you get the Skittles that are just white?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I,
You
I
know,
feel like those are hard to find actually. I don't think they even make those anymore. But
no, they
yeah,
do
I
this
could
for
see
like a
them being
promotion.
like Skittles. Yeah, they were for a promotion. Um, it's kind of like when they did the. Well, I mean, you can go to M&M World in New York and get like white M&Ms easily, but they don't
Mm.
have a Skittles World. There's not enough backing for that kind of building. But yeah, no, I could see them being like Skittles or Starburst, Jolly Ranchers or something.
Mm.
I've also noticed that
Yeah.
a friend of mine sent over some candy from the UK, and they are not as sickeningly sweet as the ones in the US. Like I feel like US sweets are like artery clogging, and your guys is like, hey, we want you to enjoy it, but we don't want you to like decease. So here you go.
Yeah, please take care of yourself.
Yes. Let's see. We got another question. For Dreadknux, what's a random Sonic quote, and can be from any character, that really stuck with you or even had an immediate impact that just sort of made you sit back like, damn?
Like, damn. So I think of a lot. I think of a lot of quotes, obviously, but that bit at the end where it's like the quotes that make you think, damn. Because I always think of like the real cheesy ones, like look at all those Eggman's robots, and the cheesy ones. So it's no use. So they don't really make me think damn, apart from the one that goes, where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Like that makes me think, well, damn, because he said damn a lot. I think the one that sticks out with me, and people have mentioned this before, so this probably isn't a special one, but it's if I'm probably forgetting like my favorite quote of all time here, so I'll probably think about this tomorrow and go, oh damn, why didn't I think of that quote? That's the obvious one. But the one that I'm thinking of right now is the quote from Shadow in Sonic 2006, where he takes off his ring inhibitors and stuff, and Mephiles is like trying to just get at him and stuff, and they're talking about how you still fight after all of this, and Shadow says, well, if the world's going to come after me, then I can't remember the exact quote, but that's the one I think of. It's like, well, I have no choice, like let them come at me, I'm going to keep fighting. And I'm just
I love that one. That one's a good one.
I mean that feels that satisfies the brief. I think when you hear that and you're like, oh damn, this guy means business. So I'd say that's probably the one that made me think, and also it's a standout quote in Sonic 2006 in a game that is entirely forgettable. So I'm just just sitting there playing it, and I'm like, oh my god, please end. And then all of a sudden this scene happens. I'm like, oh damn, okay,
goodness. Yeah,
all right, okay, yeah, all right. And then the rest of the game shit. So I'm like, okay, fine. We'll always have the kiss, though. We'll always have the kiss.
Yeah,
so...
it's the fluctuation. It's the fluctuation. If the world chooses to be my enemy, I will fight like I always have, is the quote.
That's the one. Yeah. It's a good quote.
That is a really good quote. Very Shadow. Like, I think it's very reminiscent of his personality. It's very good.
And, we're talking about this in the year of Shadow, so, it makes sense.
I would never have expected a year of Shadow, but I'm all for it, honestly. I think it's brilliant in its marketing. It is. Oh gosh, we got another eating question. Okay, so I don't know. I'm so sorry.
It's midnight, guys. I can't eat any cheese.
I guess they're asking which Chaos Emerald looks the tastiest to you.
That's a good question. Purple.
Purple?
It's just got that vibe.
Purple gang. Yeah, purple's the best one.
Everyone wants to suck on a purple, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't even know what that means, but...
Let's see. What do you think about the phenomenon of Sonic making a big return in pop culture after the big slumps that were there in 2010 to 2018?
I think it's, obviously, as a Sonic fan, I think it's fantastic. I truly believe, and this is not a unique opinion, so, don't see me as some kind of massive soothsayer or anything, but I truly believe that the movies had a big part to play in that. Sonic has always been popular in the West, but I think really it needed the movies to send this franchise into the stratosphere, and I think it was mostly just coincidental or apt, I should say, that the movies were the ones to just pick Sonic as a franchise up from its knees a little bit, right? Because I think the movies landing would have, if the movies landed as good as they were, if the same movies came out like 10 years ago as opposed to like the 5 years ago or something that they came out, it still would have had the same impact, even no matter what time they would have released in. I think it would have still propelled Sonic as a franchise into the much more mainstream consciousness that it has now. I don't think the quality of or the doldrums, so much so to speak, of the games had anything to do with that. But I think it was just very timely that the movies came at the time that they did, because there was nothing happening with Sonic at the time, and then the movies come out, and you've got this kind of cascading wave where the movies did really well, not just really well actually, like some of the biggest movies that have ever come out of the kind of adaptation of a video game space, and that makes people sit up and notice, right? And then that has a kind of cascading effect where people who watch the movies want to buy the games. And Sega correctly identified this and said in many of their kind of investor reports, like, people are buying the shit out of Sonic Frontiers mostly because they do attribute it to the movies, but it's also very obvious that one of the reasons is because it's the first Sonic game that's actually taken itself a bit seriously for many, many years, right? Like, we had, more people would have bought Sonic Forces if it was better than it was, right? So I think there was that element to it, but I do think a huge part of the Sonic Frontiers long tail in terms of sales had a lot to do with how successful the movies were. So yeah, I think in general that's how I feel about how the franchise has evolved in terms of its mainstream appeal. I think Sonic was always going to come back. I think Sonic Frontiers would have helped reset some of the narrative a little bit, because the narrative of the last 10 years has been there's been no games, and you could correctly argue that, because if you ignore Sonic Boom, and I wouldn't blame you if you did ignore Sonic Boom, apart from the cartoons, which are great. There haven't really been much in the way of Sonic games. You had Sonic Mania, but that's a dog.
Yeah, it is a dog. Sorry. He wanted to talk too.
Hi, doggy. Yeah, you had Sonic Mania, which is fantastic and one of my favorite Sonic games ever, but it's not like the big AAA Sonic game that everyone's expecting. Then you had Forces, which was Forces. So Sonic Frontiers was always going to reset that narrative, and it's like, oh shit, a Sonic game's actually come out and it's half decent. But I think the movies really kind of gave that whole huge, oh, we're back sort of energy to the whole franchise. And when the third movie comes out, it's going to be absolute pandemonium. I can tell you that for sure. Like, it's going to be great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. It's going to be so exciting. And I don't know. I think I'm more excited to see where Sonic's going to, like, the franchise itself is going to progress than I have been, and I think in a long time. I think it's been a while. Is another one. How do you feel the franchise can age with the audience in the long term?
Oh, that's a very philosophical question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good question. Yeah, I mean, speaking as someone who's lived through, like, what feels like a million eras of Sonic, like, both in terms of the franchise and the communities around it, like, when I started out in the community, there was the classic Sonic sort of era, which was obviously Mega Drive, and then there was the modern era, which was Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, and people bundled Sonic Heroes in with that sort of as sort of like the unofficial trio of games. And then as people got older, the people who started enjoying games like Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Colors became the new modern, and then Sonic Adventure games ended up becoming like its own sort of retro in a way. So, and now it's like, well, Sonic Frontiers is sort of the new generation, versus even Sonic Generations, which feels like, it's hard to think of that game came out like 13 years ago. People who played that game were like probably in like primary school, and now they're like grown adults looking forward to Sonic X Shadow Generations. It's actually crazy when you think about it. So the passage of time is just, wow, blows my mind. But it's a hard one to try and predict. I think what the question is kind of trying to ask is, can people coexist? Or that's how I'm choosing to read the question. So correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm talking absolute nonsense. But speaking from my experience, from all the different phases or ages of Sonic, my forum in particular, in like the mid 2000s, had always had this kind of weird community, like internal beef between people who preferred the classic games versus people who prefer the way the modern, as in adventure and heroes games, were heading. and there was kind of like this weird disconnect between the two fan bases, where it was like a split fan base. You had the classics here, and you had the modern fans here, and as time's gone on, it's become, oh, the Unleashed fans over here, and the Sonic Generations fans over here, or something. And it's kind of strange to think that I've seen through a number of these different eras, but ultimately people have their own differences in what they think their favorite game is, and I think Sonic Frontiers will be the start of a new sort of turning point for that. There'll be like a new era that starts with Sonic Frontiers, and Sonic X Shadow Generations is technically like a remaster, so I'm not sure if it counts unless you look specifically at Shadow Generations, which is based off of the Frontiers sort of gameplay. It sounds like, but the game that comes after that is more like canonical to where Sonic Frontiers is coming from. You're going to start to see that's the era, and there's going to be people who will enjoy Sonic Frontiers, that kind of structure of open zone and cyberspace-esque action stage gameplay, and there's going to be people who are going to prefer, well, I preferred the Sonic Generation style of,
it happened again.
Why did it do that?
I don't know. I told you it randomly does that.
I've done this like 16 times throughout the last hour.
Oh, look! Fireworks! It's happening! I don't know. God. Magic!
Yes, I was talking about this the other day, wasn't I?
Yes, because it happened randomly, and we were just like, what does that do? What is that from?
I'm so glad it happened again. So for anyone who's
we caught it live!
If you do certain, like, thumbs up, it will do
random stuff like that on Discord. It's so strange.
I'm happy that this has completely derailed my answer to that very important question. Yeah, sorry, but maybe I'm talking nonsense because it's like 1 a.m. over here. But I think in terms of people getting together and coming together in terms of the ages of Sonic, because I've seen so many eras where people have kind of come to blows about which version of their favorite Sonic is the best. It's probably going to happen again, but I think the difference will be that there's been so, as the last question said, it's been so long since we've had any kind of Sonic game. Like 10 years is like a kind of a dead zone, right? And I'm sorry, I really wanted to like Lost World, and I do like the aesthetic of Lost World, but it doesn't count. But yeah, we've had 10 years of like kind of nothing, and so I think in a weird way this era will feel sort of different, because it'll almost kind of feel like a reset, and it will kind of feel like everyone who is still in the fan base at this point, like old gits like me, and the kind of kids and teenagers and stuff that will have their first experience playing from Sonic Frontiers onwards and might go backwards, but they'll start with this. Everyone will be kind of on the same page. So I think in terms of ages in that sense, I think, as people will grow older from this point, people will appreciate everything that's kind of getting put in front of them and look at it at face value, as opposed to what the community used to do in the past, which was look at what's coming out next year and go and compare it to stuff that they've played or seen before, whether it's, classic Sonic fans looking at Sonic Heroes and going, oh, well, that's crap because it's not exactly like Sonic 3 and Knuckles, is it? Or people who love Sonic Unleashed looking at Sonic Colors going, oh, that's dumbed down. Oh, you're completely missing the point of the beauty of the Hedgehog engine. I think hopefully we'll see less of that, because everyone will be on the same starting block and people will just kind of grow with the series. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
Absolutely, I agree. I think we're in a really exciting part right now of Sonic's, like, I feel like he's got progression phases, like the series as a whole. They'll have, like, it is really just randomly he'll, like, be walking along and then hits a boost pad, and then suddenly we get all of this resurgence of things, and then it's the walking again for a little while. And right now he's just been glued to the boost pad, like he has not stopped, and I feel bad for him. He's probably so tired. But yeah, no, I genuinely, since Frontiers came out, I was like, this feels like the start of a new direction, and I'm all for it. But yeah, I'm gonna give you 3 more questions, mostly because it is 1 a.m. on your side, and I want you to sleep and rest and functional adult and all that good stuff. So here's 2 that are kind of in the same vein, so I'm gonna ask them kind of at the same time. So the first one is, as someone who hasn't played or has vague memory of playing Sonic games, which game would you recommend to start off with?
Oh, are you gonna ask the next question after this?
I can ask the second one now, but I'm also afraid if I ask the second one, you may forget, or I might forget.
Okay. I only asked because you said they were connected. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's a hard one. So, do you say as someone who hasn't played Sonic games for a while or at all?
They haven't played, and they have very vague memory of playing a Sonic game, maybe for when they were young. So, which game would you recommend to start off with if they wanted to get into the Sonic franchise?
So, I would genuinely say Sonic Generations, or maybe wait till Sonic X Shadow Generations comes out. That's probably, in my opinion, that's probably the most accessible starting place. Mostly because Sonic Generations is just a very, very good game. Like, I love Sonic Generations. It's one of my favorites.
It's so fun.
But it's also a great example of, like, it does a very good job of, like, distilling everything from classic and modern Sonic into one. What I really appreciated about, as someone who has played Sonic games for a long, long time, obviously, so this won't mean anything to the person asking the question, I'm sorry, but the thing I appreciated was how they kind of flip-reversed a lot of the conventions of the 2D Sonic games and introducing some of the modern elements in that. So, you know, you'll play City Escape as classic Sonic, and there'll be, you know, the gun kind of truck chasing you, but in a 2D fashion, or you'll be playing, you know, Sky Sanctuary or Chemical Plant actually is my favorite stage in that game as modern Sonic, and you know, seeing the routes you can take and seeing like that world in complete 3D space is just awesome. As someone who's grown up with it, but as someone who's completely new or close to being new to the series, it gives you a good grounding as to like well, this is speaking purely from my own perspective, but like what the vibe of Sonic should be, you know. You know, colorful zones, high speed action, thoughtful level design. You know, I think Sonic Generations was the culmination of, again, like Sonic Frontiers is the starting point of something that I think a future game will perfect. Sonic Unleashed was the starting point of which I think genuinely Sonic Generations perfected in terms of making the levels just tighter and you know, more, you know, you can respond to them better and play with the level design a little bit more, as opposed to, you know, what Sonic Generations kind of does, which is you have to kind of remember which buttons to press to like avoid certain obstacles and things like that. So I think, but at the same token, playing Sonic Generations will also kind of gear you up for those fan favorite games like Unleashed and Colors, because Sonic Generations came from those games. And in fact, you know, the fact that it's getting re-released is actually a really good thing too, because you get to also experience, you know, the Sonic Frontiers side of the gameplay structure with the Shadow Generations campaign. So I genuinely think that the best way to get a grounding on the Sonic series is the new Sonic X Shadow Generations, and I kind of want to also cheat and say Sonic Origins a little bit, because that also gives you a grounding on the very classic Sonic games. So, but that kind of doesn't really help, because they don't give you a grounding of the games that have been the last 20 years or the games going forward. So, yeah, I would say separately, get Sonic Origins to get a grounding on the classics, because they are genuinely very, very good, and that's where the series came from. But to answer the question directly, properly, Sonic X Shadow Generations or Sonic Generations the original, if you don't want to get the new game.
No, that's fair. I kind of was gonna say Generations also, because it's a good encapsulation of a bunch of old stages and new stages from, you know, back then to now. So I think it's a really good way of like going through the ages of Sonic and getting to experience it. So, also, I have to fix Discord real quick. They said it started to get staticky. Let's see. How did I fix this last time? Oh, good old Discord. You let me down a lot, but no, I don't know where I was going with that. Never mind, Discord. You sit in your corner, you're grounded. Let's see. How could I fix this? Okay. Okay, try speaking now.
I'm gonna try speaking now.
Yeah. Does he sound a little better, chat?
I mean, I do sound robotic anyway, generally speaking, right?
No.
Well, I am sorry for that.
Better? Infinitely so? Okay, do you want to know how I fixed it? I hit the mute button.
I do.
I hit the mute button and I literally just turned it on and off. I just muted and then turned it back on. Technology. I literally just hit microphone on, microphone off. That's it. That's how it fixed. Genuinely.
Okay, well, let me give a really, really quick recap of, just in case people couldn't hear what I said for the answer for the last question.
Yeah.
Sonic X Shadow Generations or Sonic Generations is the game you should get if you want to get a good grounding in Sonic and you've not really played them before. But also, I'm going to cheat and say get Sonic Origins too.
See, I can't. I wanted, when Sonic Origins came out, for some odd reason I couldn't bring myself to actually get it. I don't really know what kept me from getting it, but for some odd reason it just didn't feel like it was something I was going to enjoy the experience from. I still can't really explain as to why that is, but like my gut feeling just said this was not the game for me. I don't know what it was.
Well, that's fine. I mean, the thing is though, right? It's difficult to. It's a hard sell for hardcore fans because we've got the games and played the games 16,000 times already, right? But for new fans, like the person who asked the question, there's probably no better way of actually playing them. And I know that a lot of people say shit about, oh, there's bugs here and there's glitches here and they weren't in the originals. It's like, who fucking cares, honestly? Like, let's be honest with ourselves, right?
No, I mean, it's true. Who cares?
It's only really bothering that one tiny little part of your brain where it's like affecting your nostalgia. And I know that's important because the whole deal with Sonic Origins is to satisfy your nostalgia. So if things are wrong from when you played it on the Mega Drive, I get it, right? But I've seen a few glitches here and there, and I just laughed at it. It hasn't really impacted like negatively my experience. And like honestly, like 9.9 times out of 10, I never really had an issue with any of the way the games were presented.
Right.
And the way I see it, and this is how I articulated it in my review on the Sonic Stadium when it first came out, is like, yeah, it is expensive, but obviously the buyer has to kind of consider the price and the value for money that it offers for themselves. So I can't speak for whether you think it's value for money or not, but in terms of what the package represents, it's like it's the first time that anyone will get to play the Taxman and Stealth versions of Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and Sonic CD on a console. And I think that's important, right? Because that's what people have been asking for.
Right.
And it's also the first time that you're going to get like a widescreen remastered version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which is largely considered to be the best Sonic game ever made. So I think that's important to like bear in mind for people who have, and for people who've never played Sonic before, they're not going to notice the glitches or care about them. So it really is the perfect way for them to experience those games with a widescreen sort of format with crisp visuals, because the only other alternative is to either find an old Mega Drive and play the cartridges, or get Sonic Mega Collection or something like that. And you need a CRT TV to really enjoy that, and it's not really remastered in that sense. I think those are the best versions for all the glitches and whatever. I still personally, mileage may vary, I still personally think they're the best kind of versions of those games that you can get in 2024, right? Like, you can always go back and get a GameCube and Sonic Mega Collection if you feel differently, but then, good luck trying to find one of those on eBay, right?
Right.
So,
yeah.
but that's me. So, everyone's different.
That's fair. Let's see. Okay, so the one that was connected to that was, if you could completely forget a Sonic game and play it all over again for the very first time, which one would you pick?
Oh. Well, my joke answer is Sonic 06 because that never happened. Like,
Just forget it. Don't pick it up ever.
she blew out the flame, man. It canonically never happened.
Yep.
So I have to. I'm obliged to forget it.
It's okay to forget.
No, I think it's a really good one because there's a couple. I think just trying to think of the mainline ones, but even maybe there's a spin-off that I would like to just kind of forget and replay. You know, I think if I was going to say a spin-off, I would probably say Sonic Riders, because I do quite like Sonic Riders, and I think if I was to do, like, you know, that movie Memento where Guy Ritchie just leaves notes for himself and he keeps forgetting his memories and he has to keep writing post-it notes about, you know, how to get the man or whatever. I would, if that happened to me about Sonic games, I would at least write down for Sonic Riders, like, remember the timing.
Remember timing.
Time the jumps and you'll have a much better time.
Yep.
Not to make a pun of it, but yeah, that was when the game really clicked for me. But you know, once you figure that out, it's great. But my real answer would probably be Sonic Colors. I really enjoyed Sonic Colors, and I thought it was just a really nice time. And I know people say a lot of stuff about the remaster, the ultimate version, so I'm just gonna get right around that and just talk about the Wii version because that was genuinely very good. I would actually be quite happy to forget everything about that game, including like the hype and the run up and the opportunities that I had around that game, and relive them again because I believe that was the first time I actually got to meet and speak with Takashi Iizuka. It was about Sonic Colors, and you know, our love blossomed right from there. Every time I'd see him, he'd go, "Oh, it's that guy." I'm like,
it's you, okay?
You know you love me.
Friend.
No, he's a lovely bloke. But yeah, that was the first time I met him was to talk about Sonic Colors in a professional capacity for the game website that I worked for at the time. Yeah, that was a big deal for me because I knew who he was. But also, you know, I just remember coming away from that interview. I never met him before, and I was like, this guy seems to know. He's been around the block. He's obviously worked on Sonic 3 and stuff. And Sonic Heroes, and he was director of Sonic Adventure 2. This guy seems to know what's going on, and so I always kind of think he says stuff, he jokes around a lot, and people say, "Oh God, Zuko said that again." But I genuinely think his heart's in the right place, and I think he knows he's got his head screwed on. And I felt that coming away from that interview, especially after playing Sonic Colors and realizing, you know, wow, this is great, and you know, it came off of Sonic Unleashed, which I enjoyed. But I had my issues with it, much like Sonic Frontiers, really, where it felt like it was a good grounding for something. But with Unleashed, I felt like it was, you know, it was a bit too unfocused. Like it was a good idea looking for refinement, and I felt like Sonic Colors was that refinement, both in terms of just how the gameplay worked, the inertia, the speed of it, and the level design, but also just the environment. I really, really enjoyed the thing I liked the most about Sonic Colors was just the kind of the plot. It was quite unique. It was like it's easy to think about. It's easy to do the meme where it's like, oh, another Green Hill, is it? You know, what's the new Green Hill this time? And you know, Sonic Team for that one game just went, do you know what? Fuck you. We're not doing another Green Hill zone anymore. We're doing it all in space.
Yep.
I was like, do you know
now
what?
you get Space Hill. That's it.
Do it, man. And yeah, just everything about that game felt really wholesome and fun. I'm going to choose to ignore the cutscenes and the cutscene writing at this time, so please don't yell at me about that. Baldy McNose hair and all that stuff. Yes, that was cringe. I didn't enjoy the cutscenes, but you know, everything else about the game I really liked, and I would be quite happy to just forget all about that and just enjoy the orchestral sounds from Otani-san and the level design and the environments. Yeah, it struck a chord with me. So I'd say Sonic Colors.
Sonic Colors is a really good pick. It's one of my favorite like Wii titles. Next to Black Knight, which so funny because when I first heard about Black Knight, I didn't know what to think about it because I was just like, oh, Sonic with a sword, what the hell? Like, man,
Yeah.
we got nothing else but to give this guy weapons now. But it ended up just being such a fun, solid experience. That the storybook series in itself is an experience, and I like it.
Yeah, I have my opinions about.
I don't like secret rings. I stand by that. I just don't like secret rings very much.
I genuinely prefer Secret Rings to Black Knight, but I think both of them are a bit lacking. But the thing I have with Black Knight, right, is this: like as a story and as a visual novel of sorts, it's good. You know, the story is there, and the cutscenes are okay. You know, it's a bit cringe seeing Shadow as a knight or whatever, but the general vibe and everything was really cool, and I definitely liked like the kind of twist in the middle of the game where there's a whole other half of the game or something you have to play.
Yeah.
But as a game, and I kind of judge these as games and interactive experiences, it was so frustrating to play. And Secret Rings had its issues, but I felt it was a better game to play in terms of the mechanics. But Secret Rings was just, I think that, and also one of the reasons why I think I prefer Secret Rings is that it really lent into the cringiness. Like you had Rumblebee doing "Who's gonna rock the place?" and I'm like, okay, there's no argument over how cringe these guys want to be. This is like the midlife crisis of Sonic. It's like, what? Oh, well, you're running around with dinosaurs now in an Arabic land.
Yeah.
Sonic? What the fuck? So you know, I took that as you guys are just being weird and wild with it. So whatever. But it felt like with Black Knight they were trying to be somewhat serious with it, and I'm like, you can't be serious when you're trying to fling a sword around and it's like this, and I can't hit anything. And anyway, I wrote a whole review about it, so you know, I don't want to be blamed online about it. So
no,
I'm just
understand. Like it took a little bit of getting used to, and I was kind of against it. Like I was, but I think over time Black Knight really like grew on me. And Secret Rings, the thing is, I just couldn't get behind the controls. For me, it just felt so janky.
Yeah,
I really do enjoy the PC port that they're working on, like fans are working on right now, where it translates to controller instead. And it feels a lot better to play. Same thing with Black Knight. They transferred that over to controller, and it feels a lot more fluid to play.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, right? Because I can imagine that would benefit Black Knight more, right?
Yeah.
Because Black Knight kind of had more traditional controls, but with Secret Rings, I wonder if you make traditional controls a thing of it, I wonder if that's not just going to kind of ruin the actual unique
right
like gameplay mechanics of it, to the point where it actually feels like a much more hollow game than it already kind of is.
That's a good
but
point.
I guess but I do appreciate it, obviously, like you said, I appreciate that people are doing that because game preservation is important, and it's just good to have options, right?
Yeah.
Until Sega re-released the thing again, so you know, but when are they ever going to do that? I don't know.
Yeah, along with a whole bunch of other titles I would love for them to port, Sonic Heroes included. So, but I'm also afraid if they port it, it may not be good.
Well, do you know what? It's well documented. The Sonic Heroes thing it's I think it's the middleware development software that was used to code that Shadow the Hedgehog and that whole era of game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they used renderware, which doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
And I think the general consensus is that it's a complete bitch to try and convert to modern platforms. And I think if you read interviews of the development cycle of Sonic Heroes, it's actually it was actually a bit of a bitch to develop for in the first place. I think there's mention of Takashi Iizuka actually being the sole US based developer on the game.
Yeah.
Sleeping in the office, and I can just imagine if someone came to his office and went, you know what, Izuka-san, we should consider remastering Sonic Heroes. I can imagine he would just have massive
PTSD.
PTSD, like a veteran
get out of my office. I don't.
Yeah.
Just leave me. Yes, doggo. I think the last question we have is, where did you go? Oh my god. Oh, so Sonic and the Secret Rings was heartfelt in a way, and I think Black Knight had its moments too. I think all in all, they were interesting concepts. Like, just in terms of concepts, they were very interesting directions, and I feel like they were starting to hit their stride, and I think if we got another storybook series, I think it would have been a really good step in the right direction from what they learned from Secret Rings and Black Knight. I think they were starting to really get their footing, and it's a shame that they couldn't continue with something else. Because I'm not going to lie, Journey to the West would have been amazing. that would have been so cool. You have so many stories you could grab.
True. That's true.
So the question is, have you interviewed Ian Flynn, and what kind of things would you ask him if you hadn't?
So I haven't interviewed Ian Flynn. Yeah, I think to be honest, I'm an old man now with a family and stuff, so I'm ashamed to admit that I don't really have much time these days to kind of get really in deep with the comics, the Sonic comics, like IDW, as much as I really want to. So I might try and buy some on my iPad or something. But so I think in terms of questions I would ask him, I would probably limit it to, you know, his involvement with like the games and how he kind of works with the Sonic team in terms of, he was involved with the Sonic Frontiers plot and story in some way, but not 100% of the way. So I would probably ask him questions about how integrated he was into the whole process. You know, he's done interviews in the past or podcasts where he's mentioned that, you know, his level of involvement in, say, Sonic Frontiers has been more at the kind of the not at the baking level, as it were. Like, he kind of puts the icing on top after the cake is baked. Is the impression I get. I would kind of ask more details about that, but also in terms of, you know, what the future would be in terms of the games and how that kind of integrates. But I think I'd also ask a little bit about, you know, other transmedia that kind of flows into the games. Things like, you know, the game. Things like the I can't remember the name of it now, but there was that Knuckles prologue animation that they released for Sonic Frontiers, and they're doing the Dark Beginnings for Sonic X Shadow, which I believe Ian Flynn was kind of involved in as well. So, you know, he's got his fingers in a lot of you know, theoretical lore-based pies. So yeah, I'd be interested to kind of learn more about his process working with Sega directly outside of the comics. But yeah, I'd also kind of, I'd like to do my research first as well, so I'd probably want to read some of the comics and find out more about just the general story arcs and who was involved in those. I know some of the fan favorite arcs, like you're gonna have to correct me on the names and stuff, but
worries.
Like Steelnick Island or whatever it's called with
Scrapnik.
Scrapnik Island. You know, I hear a lot of good things about that. That's an arc I really want to read, but I'm also told that that's not necessarily a Flynn story. That's a Daniel Barnes story, if I'm right, but
I think
or
so,
not.
yeah.
But anyway, but I would imagine that as a member of the lore team, I assume, Flynn would have some influence on, you know, how the stories from other people who are involved in IDW are kind of structured as well. Not to take anything away from Daniel Barnes, because I think he's a fantastic storyteller as well for the comics that I have read. But, you know, I think there is some oversight in terms of what the lore team sees, so I would like to ask questions about what they get involved in as well. Like, how does that even work? Is there like a council of Sonic guys who just sit around a table with Izuka-san and say, for the greater good, or something, you know? Just talk about lore-based stuff and approve rubber stamp stuff.
It's so cool though that they have a lore team now. It's nuts.
It's kind of mad, actually, but yeah, I do kind of like it. I'm like, you know, that it's just funny to me, but also kind of nice.
Yeah,
nice
no, at least they're trying to take it. Well, they're trying to do something with it, you know, which is nice. I don't know how consistent they're trying to make everything, or I guess connected.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I guess it's their way. I guess they obviously heard a lot of fans scream and shout at them about, you know, inconsistencies in various game story. Like, if this happened in Sonic Unleashed, why did this not happen in Sonic Colors? And it's like, I mean, there are people who care, but I personally don't. So, like, I don't even care about the status of the moon from Sonic Adventure 2. And Sonic
true.
Adventure 2 is one of my favorite games. And it's like, you see the moon in, like, not blown up, and I'm like, who cares? It's the moon.
It repaired itself. Eggman felt bad
Yeah.
and fixed it. I don't know.
Everybody knows the moon heals anyway, you know?
Yeah, nature is healing. Don't you guys
Yeah.
know? And the last fun question from me, and it's a very basic one. So what is your favorite Sonic character that resonates with you?
You know, that's probably gonna have to be Sonic, isn't it? Just, I mean, it's a boring answer, but it's true, I suppose. Every now and then, I keep thinking, do I like Knuckles more? Because my OC is like, you know, a recolored Knuckles. So
Right.
why the hell did I pick Knuckles if I didn't like him? And then, you know, I do think Shadow's really cool as well. But I think it's just got to be Sonic, because he was the character that got me into the series. You know, it's his stupid little finger wagging nonsense that got me to buy a Sega Master System when I was but 7 years old. You know, it's just always been him. He just fights for good and truth and justice. So, you know, and also personally speaking, you know, as a Brit, I'm, you know, sort of legally obligated to say that I'm a huge fan of the old school 1990s Fleetway Sonic the comic book.
Yeah, let's go.
And you know, the rendition of Sonic in that comic series gets a lot of shit online from people who don't actually either read the comics, they just see like out of context panels, or they just don't really like understand media literacy in general.
He's genuinely my favorite rendition. Like I am a huge Fleetway Sonic fan. Fleetway Super Sonic's like my favorite character of all time, like version wise. But I love Fleetway Sonic's like rendition. It's so,
you know,
it's fantastic.
He takes the piss out of Tails every 5 minutes. That's banter, right? Everyone, and look, he's doing that again.
Thumbs up again.
You know, people say, "Oh, that's abuse." It's like it's just banter. I don't know what you want here. It's like maybe it's a British thing. I don't know. It's like
it's a
British
cultural difference. Yeah, it's a cultural difference.
British friends always take the mick out of each other, so it's a little bit of that. But
I feel like American friends do that too. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
Yeah. But you know, the thing I liked about that was that it kind of gave like a flawed perspective to Sonic as well. Like there were story arcs in the Sonic the comics where, you know, he thought he was doing the right thing, but they developed like a hot-headedness to his character, which made sense because if you're going around zooming around real fast, you don't have time, or you don't want to have time to think things through, and that kind of, there are storylines that catch up with that level of thinking as well. Like, you know, friends of the freedom fighters that he establishes leave him, or worse happens because he decides to rush through and he gets angry and stuff like that. And you know, he's just a flawed character, but not out of character, if that makes sense. And also you know, obviously I grew up with it, so I'm obviously biased as well. But yeah, like honestly, Sonic, just Sonic.
No, and that it's valid. He's a good character. He's a good boy. He's been through a lot. I tend to like the very sassy, tired Sonic we have right now. He's such a mood, and I appreciate him so much.
I was lucky enough to speak with Roger Craig Smith a few months ago, and talk to him about his kind of deal with Sonic Frontiers. And he you know, he was talking very fondly about his time, but it was also a bit like, you know, his surprise at how he was directed, because you know how he's normally voicing Sonic, which is like, you know, hey, Baldy McNose here, let's go get him.
Yeah.
But then he was like, you know, the director, the acting director for like the Sonic Frontiers was like, yeah, we're gonna need you to cut all that. Just make him like really monotone sort of thing. Which he was obviously happy to do, and he was like, I think I did a good job. But you know, it was surprising after having voiced Sonic for that many years to suddenly get that kind of direction. And yeah, I get it. You know.
Yeah, no, I do too. It was a huge tonal shift from what we're used to, but I think it's appreciated very much.
Maybe it's because we're all getting older. You know, like I'm nearly 40, and I'm just like tired all the time.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't want to go out. I
No,
don't
I
want to go
feel
drinking.
it. Yeah.
I want to sit in and watch Netflix. You know.
Yeah. I just want
So
to
and
chill.
everything.
Just want to vibe.
Yeah. Every time I want someone asks me to do something, I'm like, But I totally get the Frontier
Oh
Sonic
yeah,
vibe. Like,
absolutely. The entire playthrough I did for Frontiers when it came out, and I was streaming it. All of my titles were just, I want him to take a nap. I just want him to sleep. Someone let my boy take a nap, please. I just want him to rest. I want a nap too.
yeah, man.
But yeah, no, very valid. And Sonic having so many different iterations over the years, I think it's fun to say, hey, I like Sonic, but you can also say like, but I like this era of Sonic, or I like this version of Sonic. Like, I think that's really neat because they're all little time capsules also.
Yeah.
But they're all like
Definitely.
different fragments of a bigger personality, which I like.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think for your sanity's sake, that's gonna just about do it.
Awesome.
But yeah, I genuinely appreciate so much that you came on to do this interview and to hang out and stuff and answer some questions and share some really fun insight and stories about everything going on with, like, you know, Sonic Stadium and, you know, process of, you know, doing Summer of Sonic, which this festival would not exist if not for Summer of Sonic. I make that abundantly clear. If not, I thank you for asking for friends and being cursed, because it caused me to go, this could be fun to do, and also pass the curse on to me a little bit. I appreciate it so very much.
No, thank you for having me on as well. It's been a blast. I'm sorry I've been chewing all your ears off for like 3 hours. I must be boring you all to death. So I'm gonna go
Not
away
boring.
and sleep now.
No.
But yeah, I'm also I know we talked about this before about like me kind of sticking around and watching you play one of my favorite Sega games of all time, which is Yakuza 0. But obviously, you know, it being 1:30 a.m, I probably can't really do that, it being a school night for me. So I'm sorry I can't stick around for that. But if you are going to play Yakuza 0 later, you might not bother. I don't know. But if you are, have fun. If not, don't, because you won't be playing it.
Yeah, true. But also, we could always do a rain check, and anytime you're ever free and it sounds like fun, we could definitely boot it up and we'll play a couple of rounds. It'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm, you know, it's going to sound weird coming from a Sonic fan, but not, because I'm also a massive Sega fan, which makes sense because I am a Sonic fan. Yeah, I'm almost as big a Yakuza fan as I am a Sonic fan. You can't see it hiding behind all that, but I have like all the games, all the Japanese version variants, and a bunch of special collector's editions and stuff. And yeah, I'm a huge fan, and I think we talked at length the other day about just how good Yakuza 0 is. So
I
yeah.
didn't realize we had so much to say about the series, and then just for you at the end to be like, you know what, I think Yakuza 0 is my top series in Sega. I think that's the one for me. I totally agree with you on that, though. It's so good. It's so ridiculous, and it's the most game of all time. That's genuinely Yakuza 0.
It is so the video game. It's brilliant. Like, I've spent so much time, in-game money, and attention on the weird little Scalextric minigame that you got, where you have little toy cars.
Right,
and I'm just
right.
Like, it's like, how is there so much heart and story and weird soap opera drama around this little car? I don't understand. So, you know, that's just one of the things. But I love that game so much.
Yes.
So,
Real quick, do you have anything coming up on your end that you'd like to shout out? Any projects you're working on besides the restoration and stuff for Sonic Stadium?
yeah, sure. So, I do have some stuff. I can't really talk about just yet, but what I can kind of give a sneak preview on is, you know, the Sonic Stadium, it being as old as it is, we've been going through, I mentioned restoration, but that's only a part of it. I've been going through sort of a bigger project over the last couple of years, where I've been trying to just reimagine the site a little bit, in this new era of, what is social media anymore, what defines a community, what can we do to collaborate and enjoy the series of Sonic that we love so much in the same space. For the history of the Sonic Stadium in the last 25 years, that has mostly been, you've got your news site with your Sonic News, and you've got your forums with the SSMB. And, a few years ago, I kind of combined the two sort of halves of the site, and it's now kind of one unified platform. And now that that's been kind of going for a little while, and it's been a little bit, it's been progressing quite positively. Very soon, later this year, hopefully, I will be introducing sort of a new evolution of that whole concept, sort of going further forward with the whole, regeneration of the site. Which I think is hopefully kind of timely, given that, X is now the kind of bin fire that it is, and no one seems to want to go to any other social media platforms. My goal and what I'm hoping to do is just kind of re-envision the site and kind of refresh the site a little bit, to kind of be more of a community platform for all Sonic fans rather than just a forum or just a news site. That's my goal. I've got some ideas. I was going to share some stuff around about this time of the year, but development on stuff has kind of been a little bit slower than I thought. But I'm hoping to have some news on that over the coming months. And all I can say is, please keep an eye on the Sonic Stadium. And also thank you so much to everyone who has helped make the Sonic Stadium, as prevalent as it is, without the people visiting the site or using the forums or whatever. Like, I would not be continuing to do this. I wouldn't even be doing Summer of Sonic, really, honestly, if it wasn't for the Sonic Stadium. And that's all down to the people who visit and come and read the news or become part of the community. So thank you, everyone, for doing that. And yeah, keep an eye on the site for updates on where we're going with that. And obviously next year is going to be the 25th anniversary. So I have some ideas, some ways to celebrate the history of the site. I mentioned archival, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm thinking of some more fun ways to kind of celebrate, the very many different designs of the site, and how it used to function and how it used to be. And one of the things that I get feedback on is how much people remember this kind of look of the Sonic Stadium, or how they remember this version of the site looking like. So I kind of want to celebrate that a little bit more, and do some fun things next year. So keep an eye out for that, and thank you all for paying attention to all of that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be really exciting. It's crazy, like, just, wow, 25 years. Goodness. That's so cool. And I think I speak for everybody, where thank you for everything that you've done over the years for, the Sonic fandom, and just in general with all the work that you've done with Sonic Stadium and Summer of Sonic, and bringing so many people together, making their times, with something that you've created so memorable, that they've inspired to do that for other people, or just to share that with other people. It means so much to people like me and everybody else. So genuinely appreciate you, and thank you. Thank you so much for also allowing me to continue with this festival, and really support me moving forward with this from last year, even with like the new name and everything like that. Even with just helping vote for a new name, it really meant a lot. So I appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you too for those kind words. And the festival and everything, that's all you, right? That's nothing to do with me. So thank you for putting on such an amazing event. I hope the rest of it goes extremely well for you. Good luck with Billy Hatcher. You're gonna need it.
Oh God.
And just to answer the question that I saw in the chat earlier, yes, that is a standout. I can't even point anymore. I've lost my limbs. That is a standout of Sonic N. I stole it when I was doing temp work for a Virgin Megastores, where they had an NGAGE pod back in 2003, I want to say.
The casual, I stole it.
What are they going to do? They don't exist anymore.
That's right. So, what are they going to do? Take it back?
Virgin Megastores police.
That's wild.
Time cop. So,
I think it's just fun that you have a standee. You're just like, yeah, I'm just going to take this. It's mine now. They don't want it. It's fine.
I mean, I did ask. They said yeah, and then I thought to myself as I was leaving, well, because it was one side, it was like the left side, and then there's a thingy that looks like the same shape as that, but it was for another game like Tomb Raider or something on the other side. So as I was leaving with that one, I thought, well, hang on a minute, what are they going to do to replace the other side? Because now it doesn't look symmetrical. And by that point, I was already out the store, and I was like, you know what? That's not what I
You're
don't
like,
care.
never
It's not
mind,
my
it's
problem.
mine now.
Yeah, it's mine.
There's now
So,
there was an asymmetrical pod now somewhere for a while because you took the other half.
yeah, right. There's some N-Gage rep crying or
Yeah,
something
they're like,
for a
you
day,
ruined my phone, Taco. How could you?
saying, "What have you done to my nicer stand?" I don't know why they speak Italian, but that would just be how they say it in my
The
head.
Italian N-Gage stand. Let's
Yeah.
go.
On that note, because I'm clearly doing cultural sensitivity, I should go to sleep. So
Yes.
thank you for having me, and yeah,
Absolutely.
take care, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, Dread. Thank you so much for everything.
Bye.
everybody. Welcome back. How are you guys feeling? Did you guys have a good time? Hello. And thank you for being patient during the BRB. I needed to hydrate and a whole bunch of other stuff, so I appreciate the patience. Did you guys have fun? Hello, Sonic. How are you? It was so nice. Isn't he the best? He's such a sweetie. Genuinely, it's such a fun time. I really appreciate that he came on for this. Like, most of y'all know, I started this festival. It only lasted 2 weeks. It was literally a joke. It was pretty much the whole SOS is across the ocean. I can't get to it. Let's kind of do something like that for people over here. And, you know, pandemic was around and stuff like that. Why not just do something fun for people indoors? And, you know, jokingly, out of spite, like, I can't get over there, so I'll just do one here. And yeah, I would never have expected it to be like this, to be here with you guys now and to be able to actually talk with somebody who like just so like inspired me so much to do something like this. It's really nice. It's really nice, and I appreciate all of you, because thanks to all of your support is really what pushed me forward with this as well, and it's what made stuff like this possible. Especially my team, my friends, all of Invalid Gateway, all of GGLC, everybody that had a hand in working on everything for the festival each year. We've been slowly accumulating more people on the team just for the festival alone, and that is wild to me. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for believing in my silly little passion project and making it something that I can be very proud of. So, with that being said, the interview is over. And I do understand that technically around this time is when we would be starting a stream. So I will give you guys a choice. It does not mean that I am like, I have a good amount of energy. I worked this morning, but it was a very short shift. So I'm good to go, but I would like your guys' opinion. So we could either end it here on this note, which I'm not going to fight you guys on if you guys decide. That's fine, because we've got a lot of stuff coming up in the next week. So that's perfectly fine with me. We could continue with Billy Hatcher and try to finish the game. Or we could do a little bit of Yakuza 0 in honorance. Although I really feel like I would rather play that when he's here. Like, I would rather play it when Dread's here. So I feel like, okay, just the two options then. Either we continue with Billy Hatcher and try to beat the game, or we hit the doorway. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling? You guys having a good time? You guys want to keep going? Can my lovely mods put up a poll? I do need to get another Gatorade, though. I am out of hydration juice. Hold on. Ow. In honor of Brett being in the chat, I'm gonna yet again pick another red Gatorade. Because during the stream with him yesterday, I think I had 3 of these. But yes, feel free to vote. Feel free to vote. I'm honestly down for whichever, honestly. Also, while I was on the BRB, I talked to Dread a little bit before he went off to bed, and he's interested in playing some games, maybe some Riders, maybe some Monkey Ball, so that's fun. But he also said he'd like to maybe come back again next year, which I almost cried. I tried to hold it together, so that's really nice. Eppa! Hello, Flame. Poke Glitch Kid. Hello, Emperor Drago. Egg! Y'all love Billy Hatcher, and in all honesty, I don't blame you for that. I like it too. Alright, let me set it up real quick then. I am down for some Billy Hatcher. I see a flame has appeared. Yasu, also cool. I hope he gets to. Same, honestly. But the heck that as soon as he said riders, what? I laughed because I saw Germ go, my baby, my son. I am holding Kiryu hostage till after ages. That's fair. That's genuinely fair. But the fact that he'd like to play riders is fun. I wouldn't want to put him up against any of the veterans, though. Glitch Kitten is holding me hostage? Where? Am I? Where am I holding you hostage? I heard Sonic Riders. You did indeed. Also, Sonic, how are you doing, man? How is your day? Also, I'm sorry, chat, I didn't get to ask you in the beginning because we kind of jumped right into the interview, but how's your Sunday been? Huh? How's your Sunday been? You guys been enjoying the weekend? Have you guys been having fun at the festival so far? We're already through our first block. Isn't that crazy? Our second block will be starting on Thursday, next Thursday. So excited. I love that game. I just woke up. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna go ahead and edit my stream info. There we go. Boom. So that everybody knows that we're now doing eggs. There we go. Now eggs. I'm gonna try and not mess up on eggs. That puzzle haunts me, but I think because Wolfboy said maybe you have to jump over the fire, I want to give that dino one a shot, because then it's a possibility we could beat it. And then it won't haunt me in my dreams anymore. Which is important. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. Yes, okay. Oh, thank you for the emeralds. There we go. Okay. And now we can hear the goated music. There we go. And then the music's back. You know, I always wanted to play Billy Hatcher, but no one would get it for me, and no one in my family would let me work for it. Unfortunate. This is my first time playing the game too. Well, it was. This is now my second time playing the game. But I'm converted, dude. I'm converted. This game is so very fun. It's so charming. It's genuinely so cute. It's so freaking cute! I know, his mouth is huge. Dan, would you be so kind as to alert everybody in the server that we have moved on to doing Billy Hatcher? Please and thank you. Alright, here we go. Just tell it's egg time. So Sonic team of them. So true. I mean, Billy Hatcher has all of the poses for Sonic too. Alright, we're gonna do the 100 crows. Because now I think I know what I'm supposed to do. It's just that platforming section that makes me sad. The only one I am holding hostage is this Chow. What Chow are you holding hostage? Oh, that reminds me. Shoot. That reminds me. I should probably turn on the... Hold on. I turned off a couple of the channel point redemptions for the interview, but I could probably turn them back on again now. So hold on 1 second. There we go. Okay. Those are on now. Okay. Perfecto. Oh, it's all good, Eli. It's what VODs are for. Thank you for the emeralds. There we go. Okay. I literally saw it pop back into the tray. Yeah! Where are my rings? Hold on. Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yay, redemptions! They're back. Okay. Perfect. Perfecto. Where's my game? Give me back my game. There we go. Alright. Yay, now everybody can throw rings at me. Ow. Oh no, everybody can throw rings at me. It's an emergency! They're back! A whole bunch of crows have come to take back Dino Mountain! There has to be over 100 of them! You must defeat them and bring peace back to these lands! Yes, Jesus! I'm on my way! Meow. Whee! My egg! Well, now I just have to go grab another one. Damn it. Alright, hold on. We got it. Aw, I hate when they get, like, stuck like that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and summon this one. There we go. Oh, damn it, you tricked me. I thought you were companion. You were not companion. Companion's over here. It's the monkey. Oh, God! Yeah, I don't know what happened. Why is this note always remember that Glitch Kid is adorable? It's incorrect. Don't let it lie to you. Alright, here we go. It's a really long boss arena. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Damn it. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see, where are you? There you are. Oh god, no! I didn't mean to grab onto it. I was trying to bring it back. Hey, CO, how are you? Oh, right, there's a thing. Okay, just gotta keep getting these. Ah, please stay in one spot. Damn it. Okay, I need this slightly bigger. Dang it. Ah. Okay. Okay. Only got 5 left. Alright, there it goes. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try my best, because this is where I get screwed up a little bit. Too fast. Too fast. Damn it. Shoot. I gotta go back and get another egg. I didn't mean to push so hard. I mean, I could technically tank these, but unfortunately without an egg, I can't get anywhere. I wish you could just roll with it. Ah, damn it! I forgot about it being too small. Okay. It's just getting the egg over there is the big issue. It's not even getting the right amount of crows. It should be a fine size, actually. It's just getting there before the egg. No! No! I try to take my time. Okay. This is gonna be too small, it's gonna fall through again. Yep, too fast. Okay. But if I don't push it fast enough, if it's too small of an egg, it will not go. But we will try again. That was way too hard. Why? There's no way I pushed it that hard. Okay. Okay. I wish there was a way to walk with this. There is not. You just kind of full sprint. Oh my god. I got it. Okay. No. Okay. Did it, finally. Wee. Wee. Where's the other spot? I don't need to deal with all of these guys. I have to get all the way over there, don't I? No! Oh, and I finally made it over. Damn it. Okay. It's fine. It's possible. It's just a mess. But it's possible. It's possible. The little bouncy thing just decided that I didn't jump into it. It decided that I clipped into it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I can do it. It's possible. I can do it. I can do it. Make sure to drink water. I am. I'm drinking so much Gatorade. Oh.
Let's go.
I said water. I'm sorry. I'm drinking so much Gatorade though. Oh, no. I jumped too short, too soon. It's okay, because we already got through this part, so it's fine. It just means I go through here. still another one I have to hunt down? Oh, the one's on the hill. Okay, this one's gonna move fairly slow, so I just have to concentrate. There we go. The egg will be fine, it's fine. It whispers to me, it's fine. Oh, my egg! I was worried about that. Hold on. We thankfully have enough fruit lying around up there where we should be fine. Or that could happen. There we go. Okay. Okay. No! God damn it. Okay. Might be too small, but we're gonna try. Yeah. Fell right through. Okay. Let's go grab this one. It's fairly bigger. It's the worst part is I'll tap jump, but he'll keep running. Okay. All right. Alright. We could do this. I just gotta be quick. Too fast. Too fast. Okay. I gotta go back and get another one. It's just trying to do it slow is genuinely difficult. Okay. And it's gone. Okay. Alright, hold on. We got this, chat. We can do this. It's possible. It's just mean. And that's okay. Unfortunately, because of where we are in the stage, no more fruit goes. No! I'm hitting the button so hard, you have no idea. And he just will not jump. He just will not jump. Okay. It's fine. I'll figure it out, chat. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. I got this. Somehow I've got this, but I've got it. I just have to figure out what I'm doing. I feel like it's a perspective thing. Oh no, it is. The depth perception's terrible. It's really hard to tell where exactly on the platform you are. And even when you think you've made it, you didn't. But it's okay. I will figure it out. I will figure it out. Nope, accidentally grabbed the ledge. It's too late. Alright, grab it again. We got this. It's possible. Oh, so close. Alright. We're figuring it out. Oh, fuck! Oh, God! Jeez. Maybe it went a little too streamlined. Okay. It's possible. It's possible that I won't let it beat me. I keep getting so ridiculously close. But also, Billy Hatcher, why not just give me the emblem when I earn it? Why make me go travel all the way back? Speedrunning this now. The thing is I don't necessarily have to kill those, actually. Because they give me tons of enemies this way. So if I don't focus on killing those first halves, just kill what I need to. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and stock that there. I'm gonna use a different egg for some of these so that I don't immediately break it and it doesn't get damaged. Go grab it just so it doesn't disappear. Right here. I have to keep juggling between these two, kinda. this one. No, I didn't want you to damage that one. Okay, cool. This one's damaged, which sucks, which means that as soon as I get over there... Push. Over here, over here, over here. Oh, you're new? Karate? That's cool. Oh, right. I have to go run over and touch it. Hold on. There we go. Friend. Camera. Cool. Cool. Damn it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We'll simply get other... God. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save some of these guys down here. I'm gonna try and get the... What? Why did you jump? Whoa. Why did you jump like that? For what reason? Okay. Still fruit, so we're still okay. I'm gonna try and get up here. Okay, that's as slow as I can get it. We're gonna try, because it's a little damaged. Okay, we made it over. Let's see, how many we got? 12? Okay, hold on. Wait, where does this lead? This leads right back down there. Oh, interesting. That gives me a much easier route to come back. Good. Alright. Here we go. No! That was an accident. Please don't make me have to do that all over. Wait, nope. Ha ha ha. Let me up. Damn it. I need to get a bit bigger. Hold on. Oh. Haha, I left enemies. This music is driving me insane. Yeah. What once was charming is now irritating, but it's fine. I almost made it. Hold on. Let me up. I know I can get up there. It's literally right there. That's bullshit. That's what that is. Will the melon give me height? Thank you. No way! No way! Did that just happen? Alright. It's fine. Die. God. It's doing everything in its power to break me. Everything. I ran off. I'm gonna game over before I get anywhere again. No. That suck. Oh my god. And there I go. That's a game over. Man. I can see why people told me this game was gonna have... I have a plan. It's trying to do that plan that seems to be the problem. And just the controls itself. Man. Okay. I'll give it one more attempt, chat. One more attempt. Because I want to like the game, and if I keep doing this, I think I'm gonna dislike it. And it's gonna fall into the realm of I no longer like this game. It's not there. It's gonna take a while to even get to that point, but I don't want it to get to that point. All right, we got this. Uh... What's the weather at Dino Mountain? Scorching. Am I supposed to go up this hill? I just realized. Am I like trying to take the wrong way? Was I supposed to be going up this track the whole time, or... I can't even tell, but the arrows are going that way, so... I'm gonna guess it's that way? What? There it is. Finally. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness. We did it.
Good morning.
My stomach hurts. Good morning. Hell on earth. Hell on earth. My God. That's hellish. All right. We made it through that. Thank goodness. I shudder to think what the other freaking missions are. All right. I believe we should try a circus park at least. This music is hype, though. This is nuts music. Listen to me, young Billy. The elder chicken of Circus Park, Alani, too, has been turned into a golden egg. You must find Alani's egg as quickly as possible, break the seal, and uncover yet another secret of the giant egg. I really want to know what those things do. I need a blue egg. There we go. There we go. Piplup! Have I been to the circus? What is this? This is Billy Hatcher. Also, hello, Finn. Welcome in. I left my egg. Oh, right. I hatched my egg. Lol. Damn it. Hey, Spark, how you doing? I haven't been to the circus since I was a kiddo, I think. I can't even remember the last time I was at one. What? What? Oh, I see. Well, well, it's dead now. Oh! A tarot has been redeemed. One moment. I just threw it off the freaking rail. Yeah. Alright, 1 second. I almost choked. I got you, fam. Hold on. Oh, and I'm tilted. Cool. Alright, 1 sec.
Okay, so you want a tarot reading? Perfectly fine. Everybody eventually comes to Amy Rose to do a tarot reading. So, what's your question? What are the chances you're gonna melt, Gay? You don't even need a tarot reading for that. You're gonna melt immediately. Are you sure you don't have another question?
I don't think I do.
Oh, well, you're gonna melt. I don't think you needed a tarot reading for that. Unless the speed of which you're gonna melt is a question. How fast are you gonna melt? Yeah. That's a good one. The card says really fast. You're gonna melt really, really fast. Into multiple puddles. And a janitor is going to find you on their off time. They're gonna be so mad that there's a mess. And they're just gonna take care of you. They'll put you in a bucket. I'll just put my tarot cards away. But thanks for the redeem, I guess. Okay, let's see. You're very silly. I'm glad you enjoyed the tarot reading, though I wouldn't really call it much of a reading. But as long as it made you happy, I'm fine with that. Ah! Don't! Ah! It shouldn't still be able to roll. Oh my god, why are you moving so fast? Why is it taking so long for it to level up? It needs so much fruit to eat. Oh my god. I guess that's not for me. But it's the only railing there. I couldn't get through the other door. Was there a switch somewhere I didn't see? Okay. It glitched us both out. Oh. Okay. I have never seen a game reject a mechanic so much in my life. Just trying to get the egg on that track is wild. Wild. Simply wild. Oh, man. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, chat. I think I've done all I can. My stomach hurts way too much to continue.
I'm gonna send you off to some peeps, some nice people. I think we're gonna do a raid. Hello, Admiral. How are you? Welcome in. All right, let's see here. Who do we have? You know what? I know exactly where to send you guys. My friend BZ, who's actually going to be a guest in the festival.
Hey you!
Just
you,
recovered
the one looking at the phone all googly-eyed?
from his
Did you eat today?
power being out because of the hurricane.
Did you drink
I think
water?
it'd be nice to send some love over
No,
there.
I thought not. Go get on that shit.
I will, I promise. But yeah, I'll send you lovelies over there. I think you guys are gonna have a good time. But thank you guys so much for making the first block of the festival so amazing and so wonderful. We got to do so much, and it was fantastic to share all of that with you. The schedule for the next block will hopefully come out tomorrow. I think finishing the next missions of Dino and Blizzard give you access to more missions in the previous areas. I'm not for that right now. When the game decides to work, then I will talk to it. But for right now, me and Billy Hatch are not on speaking terms right now. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thanks for coming by. But yeah, a new schedule will come out. We've got a couple of things this next upcoming week for the festival. Very excited, so please keep an eye out. If you are in the Discord, you may have noticed, but we have a couple of things already going on in there, such as the TSR League sign up is going on right now, as well as the Chow Garden submissions. Those are currently running, so you can find those in the Blue Moon Pavilion channel of the Discord, and you will see that in FOA signups and FOA Chow Garden. If that sounds fun to you, feel free to join in. A lot of the festivities happen in there as well as on stream. Like I said, we're gonna go and raid BZ because he was having a rough time with his power being out like that. So I think he would enjoy having some friendos come by and show some love and support. Yo, what's going on? It's up, Web. Unfortunately, you came in just as we're leaving. But appreciate you coming by. We've got more stuff coming up fairly soon. So if you ever stop by again, you'll see some stuff. We got other games that we're going to be playing, other guests, and stuff like that. So, you know, all's good, all's good. But yeah, anyway, I hope you guys had a fantastic time. Like I said, we've got a lot going on. Thank you so much for making this festival amazing so far. It's crazy to believe it's only been 5 days, and we still got so much more to go. But I genuinely hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening, and go have fun at BZ's, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye!